Ne me quitte pas, il faut oublier que vous souveniez qui s'enfuit déjà. Oubliez le temps de malentendu et le temps perdu à savoir comment oublier le temps qui est tué parfois la cause de pourquoi le temps ne quitte je t'offrirai des perles de nuit, pleines de bleu Je croiserai jusqu'à après ma mort pour couvrir ton corps dans de lumière. Je ferai demain l'amour sera et ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas. Ne me quitte pas, je te rendrai des mots insensés, je te prends pour toi, je te parlerai des choses en moi qui aiment de toi, encore s'embrasser, je te rencontrerai le soir de ce amour dans toi. Ne me quitte pas. J'allais le feu d'un sang voyait trop beau. Il est paraît-il de terre brûlée dans mon plus de forêt comme meilleur rapport. Et quand vient le soir et comme ciel flamboie, le rouge et le noir ne sont plus ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas, ne me quitte pas, je ne veux pas pleurer, je ne veux pas parler de ces enfants qui ont besoin de s'embrasser. her say hello, she might be into you. She left here last early spring. She's living right here. She for me, but I'm alright. No news is coming. Oh, I've forgotten her. Don't tell her it's so. We had a falling out as love is off the world. How she left that night still brings me a chill. Oh, separation, it feels sweet to the heart. She still lives inside of me, so I could never get fight. Next to her, kissed her once for me. Always have respected her for doing what she did and getting free. Whatever makes you happy, I won't stand in your way. But the bitter taste still lingers on the night that tried to make you stay. See how it feels as I make you round. Here and there, as I roam from town to town. I've never got used to it. I've just learned to trust it all. The line is sensitive, or else I'll get it sold. Down the yellow moon, I repeat the plans. I know every scene by heart. It all went by so fast. And if she's facing back this way, I'm not that hard to find. Tell her she can't look me up if she has got the time. Down the yellow moon, I replay the best. I know every scene by heart. It all went by so fast. If she's bad, dancing back this way, I'm not that hard. Tell her she can look me up if she has got the time. Tell her she can look me up if she has got the time. On a raglan road of an autumn's day, I saw her first and that her dark hair would weave a snare that I might one day rule. I saw the dangers and I passed along the enchanted way, and I said, let grief be a fallen leaf at the dawning of the day. On Grafton Street in November, I trip lightly along the way. Maybe proving where can be seen the worth of passion's bled. The Queen of Hearts still making thoughts, and I'm not making it. Oh, I said, let grief be a fallen leaf at the dawning of the day. I gave her gifts of the mind, I gave her the secret sign that's known to artists who have known true gods of sand and stone. With word and hand, without stamp, I gave her poems to say, with her own name there and her own dark hair, like clouds over fields and air. On a quiet street where all goes neat, I see her walking now, away from me so early. My reason must allow that I have loved not as I should, a creature made of clay, and the angel wove his wings at the dawn of day. And the angels will cling his wings at the dawn of day. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm quite all right. How you doing, friends? Greetings, friends. Is it dark enough to? It seems like it's got a whole lot darker since I started singing. Maybe since I turned on the Hangout in the first place. Those of you who visit regularly know that I generally leave a few minutes. It's not for your benefit, by the way. That's for my own benefit. Get some sort of Dutch courage. Not that I needed it, but not Dutch courage. Just have a smoke at the window, have a drink of beer, and allow the 2.78 average viewing figures, those sort of numbers to join, and then we can take it from there. How are you doing? On this day, especially, which is the 21st of June, the summer solstice. So we'll be talking about that tonight. I'll be talking about it in real terms, what it means to me as well. And I think it's a very significant and special day. I have some things to report. I've been busy. I have 4 things written down. I could write down 1,004 things. I could write about 10 books on all of this. And the first chapter on one of the first books would destroy all of science. You think I'm joking? Bullshit, I'm not joking, because we're flat earthers, right? We understand that, well, we're not living on a spinning ball earth. Anyone you encounter who tells you that you're crazy for thinking the obvious, well, you've got to deem them insane. So that's, I'll see you're crazy and I'll raise you insane, because it is. Because it is. It's going against all experience, all expectation to think that people in Australia, here in Ireland, or even people in America, where I've been to, are at a certain angle, the polar opposite angle in Australia, the antipode here to Ireland, actually in New Zealand. But yeah, that's stupid. That's stupid and crazy. And we were always meant to consider and come to realize that was stupid and crazy. So once you come away from that insanity, then the rest of the stuff, I'm not going to say it follows. It follows with a little thought. Nothing I've ever come by is difficult. It's not difficult. And I've talked about this many times, many times. See, the thing is, I stopped at 4 here because not that I was like, oh God, I don't know what to do. No, I started making notes of, okay, what will I sing first of all, because I forget what I'm going to sing. Let me talk about the first song. Oh, well, friends, I haven't practiced it in a long time. I learned it, and it's a very special song, Quitte by Jacques Brel. So I hope it came across okay. And I shouldn't look at the words, because getting confused. I know the words intuitively, and I know what they mean as well for the most part. But yeah, reading them then different. What would you call it? A different set of things to consider. You know what I mean? So I'm going from memory, and then I'm going from direct sort of thought. That's a good way of putting it, actually, which is very good as well. Many times, as I mentioned, Odin has 2 ravens on each shoulder. One is, let me get it right, Thunen, and the other is Mugen, Muginn, and one represents thought and one represents memory. I still haven't looked up which shoulder each is on, but it has to be Thunen has to be on the right shoulder, and Mun has to be, is it Mugen? Not to forget now. Anyway, not to. So Odin is part of the story. Odin and God, G Odin, God in, right. So it's all part of the story, and it's ultimately all part of our story. But not to get ahead of myself anyway, where I don't know where I'm going anyway, all I know is that there's a beautiful moon out, and I reckon in 3 days' time, that moon will be absolutely full, and 3 days' time will be the 25th of June, which is exactly a half a year following. Um, oh man, I'm going to get sentimental now because I remember where I was on 21st of December 2012. I was with Sarah and Stephen, my son's mom and my son, and we were in across the road from where they live, or where they lived, in a me making a big deal as usual, making a big deal about it. It was a foggy night; you couldn't see before your eyes, but it was still a good night. We ran around the track, or they ran around the track anyway, and we just passed the night. But it was a foggy, absolutely unclear environment. But yeah, the 25th. So actually, today is the 21st of June, as I said, which is 6 months, exactly a half a year, following the 21st of December 2020, which is, well, historic. First of all, we have the equation between that occurrence, which is the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, and the Star of Bethlehem 2,000 years ago. Let me turn on the light here. I don't mind the dark, by the way. Let me turn on the light here. It's not even dark outside. I'll bring the camera to the window to show you the moon in a second, but it's not even dark outside. It's just, yeah, the false light. Beware the false light. But yeah, the 21st of December 2020 signified the conjunction of, what does conjunction mean? That's a different matter. I reckon it's one overtaking the other. So all of the laws and the rules and the symbolism, the significance associated and attached to Saturn, which is a sort of, it's not selfish in a way, but it's just material based. That's what it is. Saturn is the cube, and if you think about what a cube is, well, reduce it down. None of this. I'm not saying I have any fucking answers for anybody. I'm just saying that I don't think any of this is difficult. When we reduce what the cube is, when we reduce it down, well, it all comes down to, first of all, a square face, and then, first of all, primarily the pillar, one pillar that makes up the four faces. So, well, the one exemplifies or represents the material, the countable. It's the culmination of that. Because we've come away from the one only thinking, or the heliocentric only thinking, which is a basis for materialism, the idea that everything sprung from nothing, and all there is this material existence. And pretty much you have to resign and resolve. Well, resign, resolve it yourself, but resign first of all, your mind to what the giants of science, the giants, current, past, and maybe future as well. If you're willing to give that up, don't blame me. I don't blame you. I did it myself. Einstein was my hero. But now, well, if you're willing to give it up, and I mentioned this tonight to somebody, if you sell yourself short, the only one out of pocket will be you. Will be you. Because these giants, when you get closer, not so big at all. Not so big at all. And that's not to put down or diminish any of my fellow man. I think the best of everybody. And even if I find out differently, I know that they're acting out of character. Is that a good way of putting it? It's not the true nature of us. But yeah, just to get back to the 21st today, the 21st, so it's a half a year after that conjunction where Jupiter, what does Jupiter mean to you? Ultimately, there's no hurry, by the way. We're in a new month. The new month for StreamYard began yesterday, so I don't mind going on for a few hours. I'm going to play a few songs, and I have no agenda except I definitely have to talk about the things on here, and after that, who knows where anything goes. But to mention the significance of the day, I have so much to say about it as well that no one has heard. Right, all the stuff that I talk, no one talks about it. Nobody, and I've been in this arena for years. And I can get to understand now why they don't talk about it, because I think there's so many who do know. The truth of your existence, the truth of my reality is known. I have no qualms about accepting that, but I want to find out what exactly is known. And I have made steps into finding that out. I've had so many dealings with people I know for certain are put in place, a lot of military influence. The internet was given to us, of course, and it's a major influencer. So, yeah, all about information control, but a lot of cooperative military influences in the flat earth arena because it's the ultimate arena. The world was to find out that the earth is not a spinning ball as given. It still is a spinning ball, by the way, but you got to redefine earth, but not as given. People in Australia right now are not upside down to me. If anything can be said to be so, it is that we have this objective up and down. And yeah, if we were all to point, and a thought experiment alone can prove it. I've been in this frame of mind since whatever 2015, 16. But yeah, prove it to yourself or think it through yourself. That's a good way of putting it. Because when you say, what does it matter? Especially women. Women say, what does it matter? And the controllers know. When I say the controllers, no one has any control over you. The influencers, which is probably all down to the role they have to play in this sort of greater game of life. But the influencers know that if you can control the men to a big degree, you can control the women. Sorry. See, I need to take a drink. Reverse that. I'll walk my room. Right. Oh yeah. Sorry, I missed that. Right. Wait. If you the controllers know that if you can control the women, you can control the men. And well, this is because the controllers know our true natures, and that is the divided state of male and female. Yeah, it's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. But the way I see it, it's all part of the game. So we forgot only to come to remember. Nemekitepa, getting back to, well, to finish off about the 21st. So until the 25th. So the 21st today is a mere half year after Dodo, right? Dodo is two. In Irish, any Irish people listening, Dodo's number two. Right. Dodo is also a term that millions and millions of children worldwide first associate this sound with a soothing feeling. Oh, you want your dodo, honey? I give you, yeah, that's a soother. It's what do you call it? Yeah, a dodo. It's a dodo. So you might have heard it in your own neck of the woods, but for millions of children, that's the first sort of settling association that they have with the word, and I think that's very significant. And of course, everything turned out to be significant. Absolutely everything. Absolutely everything. Well, ultimately because this is a magical round, but the 21st, right? So half a year later, the animals went in two by two. Half a year later, from this historic event back in 2020, as if we didn't need any more historic events, right? But back in 2020, 21st of December, where Jupiter overtook Saturn. That's the way I look at it. It's taking predominance. So Saturn being the material only. It's funny how I can connect everything back to Aristarchus. Aristarchus of Samos was the originator of heliocentrism, which was the base for a material only universe, when the focus was taken away from an earth-centered existence. I say this is all for the purpose of contrast. Aristarchus didn't exist. It's all a greater script written out. It's like a massive game of fucking Cluedo. I never actually played Cluedo too much, but I was always good at say good. No, I was good at chess. I was good at a few things, but I was good at figuring out. For instance, I figured out the formula for I'm fucking up. Honestly, God, how things go. This is going to sound very strange to a lot of people, but Angela Lansbury in Murder She Wrote, I figured out the formula as to what was going on. It was the same thing every time, and it was like, yeah, you'd be made acquainted with all the possible suspects, but it's the ones that you least suspected, the ones that you were most convinced by that they have nothing to do with that. Let me consider the rest of it. It always went back to them. And then with a little further thinking, you could narrow it down. And I nearly always got it. So I think it's a sort of applied thinking as well. And maybe there's this bit of a natural tendencies, I'm not going to say abilities. I don't have any abilities that anyone else doesn't have. And I know that for certain. And I'm lacking in nearly every way. I spoke to some children today. Actually sang out my window here a song for Riley across the road. He's what, 8? But yeah, I know that. The minute my son was born, I knew that he was the father, I was the son, I was the dumb. But what do you call it? I was the dumb. Um, I was the ignorant one. But yeah, coming up to so that's the 21st, right? So where Jupiter overtook Saturn. So Saturn representing this material is the 3D incorporation, embodiment of a material existence only. And this is directly connected to Aristarchus, who was credited historically as being the first to take the center of living, center of existence away from the Earth, the still and stationary Earth, and put it at the sun, and have the Earth. He wasn't the first to suggest the spinning ball Earth, but he was the first to suggest that the sun was. No, was he? Maybe he was now. I don't even think about these things anymore because I'm thinking like 4 or 5 years in my memory. But yeah, the point being that as it's scripted, yeah, he was the original. So in other words, now I'm thinking to myself, he is Saturn. He is the father of Saturn. He's the god of Saturn. I should look up who the god of Saturn is. I'm a shit researcher though. I'm the way I look at it now, it's not I'm a shit researcher. It's just the way I look at it. There's so much information out there, and we're in a different realm. What will come if you put a little bit of intent, a little thought that way? So I want to ask a specific question, then the answer will come. You don't have to delve too deeply because we know by now that you have the ability, especially with the internet, the interweaving, the webbing. You can get lost. You can get lost. And I was only talking to Deirdre today as we walked up the road, and she's about to get lost. But I sort of reassured her that it's all theatre, but she doesn't know it as well. And everyone has to find their own path, I guess. That's all. I've spoken to Deirdre a good few times, and she works in the shop across the road, by the way, and she has family and children, so we're friends, but not friends to a big degree. We never go. We never. It's not that just know her through the shop, and her being a local girl as well. But yeah, she's coming to ask all these different questions now. And she even told me she got the vaccine last week. And she met a man who she knew to see who lived locally. And he was telling her she only had until December to live because she took the vaccine. I said, Jesus wept. Why would he tell you that? Because it's not, I said, it's not true. I said myself, it's not true. I said, well, don't you be worrying about that. I sort of reassured her in a way. That's not where I stand anyway. I think there's no harms in the vaccine. I'm not advocating what you do. You're a living being yourself if you're listening to this, and you do what you do. I have my own point of view on everything, but I don't have these scare, you know, out of we're doomed or we're saved. We're already saved. We were already saved from the start. In the way we saved ourselves, you know, or we are saving ourselves, realizing that, well, me are you. And I say it like that, me are you. Spell that. N-E-R-U. Mount Meru. Mount Meru. Me are you. Hmm. Anyway, that's so Jupiter. So Jupiter overtaking Saturn. This brings us back to, I think, the zero. So we're coming away from the one, and not to get. Listen. Let me take it. Let me take it where it goes, right? Because, as I said, I've nothing prepared. I've 3 songs written down. Quitte, Raglan Road, and If You See Her Say Hello. I've also written down the 2021 and 2018 puzzle. Made great strides in the 2018 puzzle. I think I have that solved. And I've also written down, another story. Just a story that I have to tell, which is a great story. And I've also written down, talk about 42, the TH, the 0 divided by 1, and Dodo. That's it. That's it. Just as a general, what do you call it? I'm happy enough with that. I'm happy enough with that. At this sort of late stage, I recognize, well, I know I'm talking to people, but at the same time, I'm not. I'm here on my own. And it's like all along, all of these endeavors that I have entered into, I've been on my own. I've been on my own. And that's the truth. I don't mind saying that. at the start, you start off innocent. And I'm talking about especially coming away from spinning ball or through, leaving the vast majority of thinking, educated thinking behind. And you're ridiculed by everyone. Then you have an arena that you can go to, which was set up for us. Imagine if your internet was turned off in the morning. Where would that leave you? I think I mentioned this the last night on my own. I'd be fine with that. It's not that I'd be absolutely fine with that, but I'd be fine enough with that. Be fine enough with that. I'm happier to be here in Limerick, and my son Steve is in Ennis, which is 25 miles down the road, and I haven't seen my gorgeous, beautiful Steve in 2014 Easter time, 7 years, over 7 years ago. When last time I saw him, he was 12, and now he's 19. But I'm happier to be in that situation. If everything went down, the internet went down, it'd have to be a good reason for it. And it would have to be associated with other things that are going down at the same time. Uh, as far as I know, I don't listen to the news, but the UFO, a lot of UFO talk and disclosure. Also, as I was just getting a few cans in the shop tonight, and I avoided like almost like the plague. I just if I hear the news or media or the radio, I just turn it off. I just don't want to. I put my fingers in my ears almost, and because I know it's all bollocks, right? But I heard that the Delta strain, the Delta strain, which spread from India, as far as I know, is now causing quite a stir and is worrying officials. So the numbers are sort of, yeah, um, yeah, are threatening. Let's put it that way. I said, "What the fuck did I hear that for?" Anyway, I didn't. I walked out. I went out of the shop, finished my business, and I just thought to myself, I said this. I said this to myself weeks ago. I said it to my mother as well, and a few other people. But yeah, they were opening up the country here, and happening to hear the news on the television or the radio on occasions, they were constantly talking about India and how masses of people are just fucking dropping like flies. And I'm going, here we go. This is in preparation to get it into your consciousness that like, yeah, this strain is a threat. And meanwhile, they open up fucking traffic and travel routes, and yeah, you know, people are drinking and the pubs are open, but yeah, people are amassing, and not many people are caring about Corona, and we've all manner of races now here in Ireland, anyway, which I welcome. We're all wonderful, every one of us. But yeah, these sort of well, obvious to me. Yeah, it's obvious to me that they're setting you up for a later stage, and well, yeah, that's what's happening now. So that's what I heard. That's why I listen to the news. I don't like listening to it because I know it's all bullshit. But well, the plan is playing out, and well, the Delta strain is here now, friends. What are we going to do here in Ireland? I'm sure it's no matter where it is. And the Delta, it's very interesting. I'm going to try to think about the word actually. Delta. The delta itself, a river delta, is where the river empties out into the sea, and all of the rich um, sediment sort of piles up into a land sort of mass, sometimes turning into islands, whatever, whatever. Um, so that's very interesting, isn't it? So I consider that, but I just heard it in the news today, so I'm going, here we go for more. I don't mind anyway. No, my life hasn't changed too much. I was in busking today and had a great day, wonderful day here in Limerick, and absolutely gorgeous, beautiful day. It's a beautiful evening as well. It's the longest evening of the year, and we tied it back into, let me finish up about the 21st. So Jupiter overtaking Saturn, I think once again, incorporating the zero as opposed to just the one. What's a zero in three dimensions? A one in three dimensions is a cube, right? A zero in three dimensions is a sphere. It's a sphere. So, um, anyway, 3 days later, 3 full days later, so when the 21st ends, night at midnight, 3 full days later, then the 25th of June begins, which is exactly half a year following, well, the 25th of December, which is Christmas time, which is Xmas, which is Noel, right? So why is this place in the heart of winter? There's definitely an association between the two. So what exactly is going on? In a nutshell, friends, I'll tell you what I think is going on. Bell Earth, right? So we have the tree at both sides, right? The tree at this side is cut, We live on the stump, flat and stationary surface, but the core is moving, and the root from the other side is jutting through, where at the very center we have a massive hollow, but it's overfilled with water as well because we have an inundated earth. So this energy that was once one is now cut off. This is what the dodo is about. And well, the barrier is much collapsed. It's divided into two barriers, and well, it's the same energy that's driving it, which is the force from the root from the other side. It's traveling in a chaotic fashion, if you want, a whirlpool, right? So we have a round and round motion, which gives us our daily and nightly skylight. I'm going to show you the. I'm going to show you the moon in a second. Um, right, we have an in and out motion, which is a monthly motion, which gives us the phases of the moon, and then we have the up and down motion, right, which gives us the seasons. So we have spring and fall. I was wondering, I'm still a bit about it. What? So here, actually, I have to figure it out now. Is this the highest point today, right, that the root sticks true from the other side, or is it the lowest point? I have to think about it. I have to think about it. If you have a concave mirror and you bring a light closer to it, what happens to the reflection? The spread out. So remember that the primary reflection of this root as it juts through is Polaris. That gives us then the um, ultimately it generates all the skylights. Everything is a reflection of one thing. Primary focal reflection of Polaris is the sun. The primary reflection of the sun is the moon, and then we have the secondary, tertiary associations in terms of the wandering stars, which is our solar system. But everything outside of that then is sort of relatively fixed, and this is because it's ultimately associated with Polaris. So it'll be one star, and well, what is that one star? ARISTARCHUS. ARISTARCHUS. Um, Nearly all roads connect there. Nearly all roads, a tree of life. To be divine, you separate from the divine, separate from the material. So I guess I actually could put it. Aristarchus is the answer to the material world. Now, what lies beyond the material is the one. What lies beyond, well, the world of the zero, and we have a certain relationship between the zero and the one, which is the circumference of a circle and a diameter, and that is the relationship we call pi, and that is 3.14 to 1 as a ratio to three significant figures. In mathematics, 3.14 is 42. 42 is given to us as the ultimate answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. Is it all a game of clues? You decide. I decided long ago. I decided long ago. So anyway, getting to that. So half a year later, from the 25th of December, which is the birth of Christ, right? Xmas, Christ Mass, no L. That's very significant as well. L, the L aspect. L is the Jewish God, which I guess then has to be what? Well, the Christian God. But maybe L, our Lord God, is the God of the material world and is a greater power or force beyond. Hmm? Of course there is. Of course there is, because once we come away from material, then we know we have an immaterial center, right? And well, this comes back to the divide that we will find ourselves in. We are one in three, divided in three aspects. We have the material, the generative center. We have the immaterial center at the head. We have the half brain at the head, right? And then we have the heart center, the broken heart, the divided heart. Everything below is an inversion of everything above. Think about your shoulder blades. Remember I asked you this last. I remember I asked you to consider this last time. You know how much. Don't spend too much time thinking about it. I should do as well. It's just I have no one to convince. Do you know what I mean? I don't have anyone to convince, and I should think if I had someone to convince. My children, for instance, my child, my children, my lover, my love. Then I try my hardest. But at this stage, I have no one to convince. But everything below the heart is a inversion of everything above the heart. So think of your shoulder blades in relation to your hips. What could be the relation? Your fingers in relation to your toes. Well, I will say it. Your mouth in relation to your anus. That's a very good one, actually, by the way. Very good. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? To enter the realm of possibilities? Um, anyway, so yeah, 3 days later, which is the 25th. So is it Aristarchus at its lowest point? So the other side is the root is jutting through. Is it at its lowest point at the 25th when we all experience winter, or is it at its highest point? I was thinking it's at its highest point because as you move a light source or an energy source towards a reflective surface, concave reflective surface, the primary reflection will move outwards. And here we are at the heart of summer here in the northern aspect, which is just pretty much closer to the central ring or the central core. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm still not settled on it. But yesterday being Father's Day is very significant as well. So the 20th and the 21st today, when it comes to being a father, you have the sperm, the woman has the egg. One is an inversion of the other. And it's when the two come together that you have sparks. And ultimately, it comes back to our divided state, our divided natures. So, yeah, that's why I think the 21st to the 25th will be very significant, very, very significant. And now I have to start thinking about the seven again. S. So the S is very significant. I've been seeing SG in the clouds, would you believe? Um, Stephen Gary is my son's name. Sarah Gary is his mum, by the way. But yeah, SG, I've just been seeing SG. Maybe I might get to see it tonight. It's been around the moon as well. Um, okay, the moon is invisible now. But oh, I shouldn't get distracted too much. I wanted to, you know, just to finish off with the songs. Then the Quitte, Jacques Brel's song, and now that I think about some of the lyrics, he mentions pearls in there. He mentions stars in there. These are all insiders as far as I'm concerned. He mentions kings and queens and domains and realms. Um, but I played that song because I love that song, and it's probably one of the saddest songs ever. But yeah, I didn't practice it, so it's um, it's a little take one. But even every take one, you have a bit of practice anyway. So that's like pre-take one. But I hope it came across okay. And it's a song that's played on piano with accompaniment as well. So he's a singer and he has a piano accompaniment. The second song, um, yeah, great song. I sang that today without the harmonica, which is If You See Her Say Hello, Bob Dylan song. Bob Dylan's a massive clue giver. He's a joker as well, I think. I'm certain Bob Dylan is a joker. But yeah, the third song on Raglan Road, which I sang before. I sang all these songs before at some point. I should get some new inventory, right? And uh, definitely should. It's not that I couldn't. It's that you can draw from a million and one songs. Um, Generally, when I go busking, it's not that I don't like the thought of it because I'm okay with it, but you sort of end up repeating the same songs over and again, and I'm okay with it, right? So you're familiar with it, and I also enjoy singing them, and most of them are very meaningful because of the meaning and everything. But I guess it can get a little bit, or you could think about how it could get a little bit tedious for people who are used to singing or used. No, not really though. Not really. I sing quite a few songs in sort of a mixed fashion. And having said that as well, the first song I sang today, a very kind woman gave me €5. I couldn't believe it. I said, no, that's too generous. Yeah. And she said, yeah, there you go. I made €15 today. There for about 3 hours, but it's not about that. I was there from 3 till about half six, maybe quarter past three or something like that, till about half six. And for the last hour and a half or something like that, but people didn't contribute. But that's okay. It doesn't matter. Right? I would prefer it when it's quieter. When the Corona times were there, I even preferred it. Anyway, I've sang those songs, and I had about 10 more songs to sing, and I will sing a few more songs. I put the link in the chat, but anyone who comes into chat this time, I was thinking about Frank the last time. Yeah, it was probably the wrong time to get you in, Frank, because I wanted to focus more on the 2021 cover and the stuff that you're talking about, and your yeah. I didn't want to get sort of dragged into it. I don't. Bible literalism isn't the way to go. It's not. It's not the way to go, and um, we're let know that in clear and uncertain terms, and it doesn't make sense as well. It doesn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense how it fitted into the greater story or scripting here. All we know in our own lives is our own story. So therefore, needs must every story applies to our story. So it's that greater sort of symbolic awareness that, well, leads you home, which was it's the way it's all written. Right? So I didn't want to get involved too much in that, and yeah, I want to get some brains involved in the greater puzzle. So as I say, the 2018 puzzle, I think I have the starting point and the finishing point, and for the most part, the route around sorted, and I'm okay with that. So that moves sort of effort on to the 2021 puzzle, which I reckon I have until the 25th to to figure out. So just to finish up on the 25th of December, which is Christmas Day, Xmas Day, um, yeah, here we have the polar opposite. So what's happening there at the lowest point here in 3 days' time? We have its highest point. It's sort of like it's like a scale, up and down. But is this year different? It has to be. Today is the 21st summer solstice of the 21st year of the 21st century. Now, here's the thing. Here's the kicker. When your thinking revolves around certain fixities, if you change your thinking, you can change everything. Um, if you're religious, are you going to tell me you settle on a date of 6,000 years ago for the creation of everything or something similar to that? If you're scientific, are you going to say you settle on a date of 14.7 billion years? Which is an interesting number in itself. 14.7 billion years. Fucking hell. 14 and 7 is 21. Yeah, that's fair enough. You can do what you want. Your mind is your own. What do I know about your mind? But what I know about my mind is that ultimately my mind is your mind. The same truth applies to all of our minds. And yeah, if this truth is being presented in a different way, all it needs must happen is you change your mind about what you've accepted as truth up until this point. When you can step off of that careering train, uh, well, who knows where that might lead you then. Okay, let me take a toilet break and a cigarette break, and I might play. Well, not that I might. I'll definitely play the Secret Book of James again tonight because it's more and more relevant. But I won't play it for this. What do you call it? This interval. Actually, let me turn around. Can you see that? Let me turn around. I think you can kind of near. Let me turn off the light a second. Okay, so you can see if you can see a little just right here. You can see a little. Actually, I've been asking about the Gimel sign, and here we have a Gimel just around the moon. So I predicted that moon it might do me a favor and just spread apart all the clouds and show itself in its full brilliance for my audience. Come on, will you do it? She's coming. She's coming. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man eater. Can you see it? Told you it would come out. Yeah. Everybody. You can't see it properly there. I told you it would come out. Didn't I tell you? The screen is a bit wonky here now. There you go. And video, oh, dickhead here. Press the fucking all of the tabs. I just learned it's 46 tabs I've opened. So I just pressed that by accident, trying to get you a close up on the moon. But I was just saying, I can't give you a close up, but I'm just saying that this, what I'm looking at on the StreamYard screen here, is no substitute whatsoever for what I can look at in reality. And, well, it's so revealing. Say what you see. Let me just momentarily plug it out and do away with the window screen interference and see if that improves your view. I'll try not to drop the, there you go. Try not to drop the computer. Notice how it says it's not quite full. I reckon it'll be full by the 25th, right? And if you think about where the sun is pretty much nearly 180 degrees. It's not quite 180 degrees, because if it was 180 degrees as a reflection against the other aspect of the barrier, we would have a full moon, which we'll have in 3 days' time. Okay. Has to be. My mother's gone out as well, so free reign. Laid on the freeway. I tell you, it's amazing. I have some amazing story. I reckon the best stories go untold, go unshared. But there's some divine justice. There's some magical sort of plan and play. There has to be. But one of the times my mother hasn't been able to set on off the alarm or put on the alarm for the last 2 or 3 nights because there's a problem with it. Now I went along with to the window bathroom and I thought it might be because it's a sensor and it senses when something. So if something was loose or something, then there would be that thing that sets off the beeper line, and I just put in the screwdriver and you could easily turn it. So that was definitely a factor, something, but it wasn't. It turns out the problem wasn't the bathroom upstairs; the problem downstairs. So she doesn't care for me. She's just all about officialdom. Oh, that man knows what he's doing. So fair enough. So she rang him, and he was talking her through the codes, but she was too embarrassed to say to him, "I wasn't keeping up with the codes, so I didn't." He might be out Monday or Tuesday or whatever. So just please repeat that. So she didn't. She just said, "Oh yeah, that's grand. No worries. I'll see you when I see you." So the alarm hasn't been on in the last 2 nights, and I don't think your man is here. Although he might have been here today when I wasn't here. But I thought it was funny. I thought it was fucking ironic. I mean, universe runs in irony. I definitely think, and yeah, my mother would have to laugh at the irony there, but she wouldn't. She wouldn't give me the pleasure. She wouldn't. She really would. She couldn't do it. Anyway, so in a few hours, what is it? 22:55 as I look at the clock. A few hours to sing your songs, and there's 5 people in chat as I look at the stream card. Barbie McGill, how you doing, Barbie? You're the first name in my song. I'm singing another song. I'll put the link in chat. And maybe your mind will help me out, Barbie. I'll bring up a puzzle on screen and see. Maybe you can walk. Actually, you promised to come in the last time. So you can come in this time. If, though, you help me walk my way through the puzzle. I know the start. I'm pretty sure I know the start. I can give you the reasons why. And I think I'm pretty sure I know the ending. So it's like the 2015 Economist puzzle, which featured Mark Sargent and Patricia Steere, by the way, and it was all sort of this flat Earth centric. It's all about flat Earth and the turtle losing his payload of the elephants and the ultimately disc Earth, which turned out to be the dodo. So I knew the answer before I knew the pathway. So I think I know the same thing here, but I haven't quite figured out the pathway yet. I'm not too pushed on that. I've made some progress, right? But yeah, what I am pushed on is figuring out the 2021 one. I think I already know the answer to that as well. The answer has to be ARISTARCHUS. It has to be. Can't think of what it could be outside of ARISTARCHUS. But yeah, I'll put the link in chat after I sing the song, and you're welcome to join. I'll say hello in the meantime to you, Barbie, and Barbara, Almog. Hello, Almog. High Plane Drafter, Simon Martin, Anton O'Moracon. Hello, bud. Hello, bud. That's a fine Irish name there. The Snuff Box podcast. Okay. Not sure I like is it Snuff Box? It is, yeah. Not sure I like that. Snuff movies are movies which feature sort of pornography and ultimate violence, ultimately ending death. So, but okay. Chris Hayes. Hello, Chris. King Corona, hello, bud. You were the first one here at King Corona. King Shay here at the other end of the line. I take that as you will. I know what I mean by King Shay. I met plenty of kings and queens today. I just didn't realize it. So, okay, let me sing a song. Let me tell a brief story. I was in busking. People come and go, but there's one particular family, and Michelle, Eddie, I mentioned the last time, Michelle, Eddie, and young Aoife, gorgeous Aoife, Chinese family. What names for a Chinese family? Eddie, what's your name? I'm expecting like Huflong Dong or something like that, but no, Eddie, all right, nice one. Michelle, but Aoife, especially Aoife being an Irish name. What is Aoife actually? What is Aoife? Aoife. Let me figure out what Aoife means. Very positive name. AOIFE, Fada. Fada is with the stroke above it, so it's accentuation on the sound itself. But let me just. I should check that everything's coming through okay, shouldn't I? I should check that everything's coming through okay. Yeah, that sounds perfect to me. A little bit high the volume, so I'll turn down. I have it at 64. Will you still need me? Will you still leave me? When I'm 64, I'll go down to 52. Actually, 52 being pretty pertinent. 52 years since the moon landings. Just showed you the moon there. And, well, the moon and the sun being interrelated. They call the moon landings the Apollo missions. Apollo relates to the sun. They were telling you, they were making the equation between the sun and the moon. When we come to flat Earth, what is the equation between the two? Everything is enclosed. Empty space, infinite space doesn't exist. So what might be going on? This is the ultimate poser for all of us. It's easy to know what isn't. What is, though? And if someone knows what is, don't you want to know? Don't you want to know? Anyone you meet, if they know something you don't know, wouldn't you like them to tell you? Or at least, if they couldn't tell you, that you know that there's something that they know that you don't know, and you can know. Would you not like that? Would you not like that? What about a fair or unfair advantage? You know, and that's always been my way of thinking. I always try to understand what Einstein was talking about. I have some books there. Did I keep on to that book? What's his name? Barrow. It was brilliant. That was brilliant when I was back in my 20s. Just sort of a summation of the greatest of thinkings. I also appreciate a book I read by Bertrand Russell, which was the history of Western philosophy. It was a summation of everything. Now I appreciate it more than ever because I realize that most, I'm not going to say all, but most of the characters that were presented to me as these giants of science and these giants of thinking are fabricated characters. And more so, I was always meant to see through the fabrication. Anyway, Aoife is a 4-year-old Chinese girl, daughter of Eddie and Michelle. The only reason I know them is just she stopped when she saw me playing music, and her mom had to stop them as well. I've only met them a few times. The last time I saw them going by with a balloon which said 4, so I guessed it was Aoife's 4th birthday. And they always give a contribution, and I don't like that as well. I actually said it to them last time. I said, you don't have to. I said it to Michelle when Aoife wasn't there, and I only met them like 5 or 6 times, whatever, in passing. But I said, look, I don't like, and I really don't like the thought. Aoife is so gorgeous, right? I don't like the thoughts that you know, every time that they pass and I'm playing music, they have to throw me money. So I don't like that association between me and money. I really don't. I don't want any money. I don't want any money. But I said it to her. But I had a little gift that some other Chinese girl gave me just because I was talking. It was not to do with the guitar. Just years ago, I was just being friendly. And the mother appreciated, and the next time I saw them, they had a little gift for me, so I passed on that gift to Aoife, and it was just a little keyring, but it was sort of like a Chinese sort of vase pattern design, and funny enough, also I had another thing there that I just came by somewhere, and it was a star, and Hollywood is on one side, which I don't particularly like, but Hollywood is a Hollywood star. And the other side was princess. So I just wrapped a little necklace sort of thing around it and just gave it to her just as a token gift more than anything else. And yeah, it was wonderful. And they're wonderful. She's wonderful. I did suggest next time I see her, I'm going to sing this song to her. Well, I'll probably sing a verse or two, maybe the first and last verse, because it's not an original song, but I changed Annie to Aoife. So here we go. I wonder how many Irish people recognize this song. You only hit how many people at all recognize this song, and I say few and far between. It's a wonderful song. Fair and lovely, your tender ways have wondered. You bring peace and joy and laughter everywhere. Where you go, the sunshine follows. You're a breath of spring and winter, and my heart and soul are always in your care. Gently fly, gently and my heart and soul are always in your care. When you touch me with your fingers, my cares and worries vanish, like the morning dew before the rising sun. When your eyes tell me you love me, and my soul is filled with wonder, and my love for you will live when life is done. Gently fly, gently and my love for you will live when life is done. You're a bird song in the morning, you're a breath of spring and winter, you're the laughter of the children of their play. You're my hope, my joy, my wisdom. You're my reason just for living. You're my treasure, you're my very night and day. Gently fly, gently fly. You're my treasure, you're my very night and day. And the mountains all have crumbled, and the earth a sound it's true. When the winds won't blow and the stars refuse to shine, when the moon has left the heavens and the seven seas are empty, I will so gently I will so gently all of and the earth stopped its burning, and the winds won't blow, and stars refuse to shine, and the moon has left the heavens, and the sun seas are empty. I will sail again to the I will sail again to the I will sail again to Here's a gentle Aoife. It's gorgeous, absolutely. The original song, Gentle Annie, and I heard it from Foster and Allen, which are an Irish traditional sort of entourage that have been doing the rounds. Actually associated with Bob Dylan as well. So, Ireland is a key to something. If everything is already written, we think of time in a sort of skewed way. If everything is already written, what are we emerging into? What we would call the truth. What are we emerging into? Is that something that's already predetermined? And we have to either determine it is or it isn't. Science tells you it isn't. Religion tells you it is. Where does that leave you? Good question. Real question. Where do you fit? Where do you fit? How does that describe you? Does anything describe you? But it's a good question. And ultimately, it's perfect. Science is about the one. Religion is about the zero. Think about it. Zero is undefinable and undefined, but yet everything stems from it. If you twist the zero one time, you get the 8. If you turn that 8 on its side, it's the lemnis gate. Lemnis C8, which is the symbol for infinity. So by twisting the 0 once, you get infinity. By twisting the 0 an infinite number of times, you get, well, the 1. So we can say that the infinity, and we can understand more so that the infinity is the notion, the symbol, etc., is what amounts to an endless series of ones. So this reduces everything down to the 1 ultimately and the 0. What is the relationship between the 1 and the 0? I'm going to say, friends, 42. 42. Basic mathematics. Well, actually, let's go through it. While I'm having a smoke here. And I'm not far off singing another song as well. I know the lyrics. I felt a bit off when I was thinking the lyrics. When you touch me with your fingers, my cares and worries vanish. And it's not that. She's just honestly, it's just a wonder. I love children, and it's sort of a wonderful relationship we've developed, and I haven't seen her for more than, if you amass all the times I've seen her, for more than a minute, 20 seconds, 10 seconds in passing, and that sort of thing. Well, it's wonderful and it's special. And I was actually talking to Michelle just briefly as well, saying that look, you don't need to keep contributing, because and I don't want Aoife just to think that, oh well, the only association with this guy is we have to give him money. And she said, no, I know that, we know that. She says out of respect. And when the last time I saw Steve, no one will ever take my love away from me for my Steve. No one ever. But when last time I saw him, my option, if I was going to go anywhere, I was going to go to the East. Actually, I was going to go to China and teach English, something like that. And it's still on the cards. I'm actually still set to go East, which is Mauritius bound. I have another very interesting conversation with my next door neighbor about Mauritius. He's been to Mauritius, and I'm going, oh, no way, man. They have a place they go to on a annual basis, and that's going back the history of the family relationships here. They place on Sherkin Island, which is off the Cork coast, which we would consider south of Ireland here. But I was just asking him the other night, if you went straight on, where does it say you end up? I was thinking like Antarctica or something, and he was saying he thought that himself until he looked it up, and it seems that his destination southwards ended him up in Mauritania. I said, no way. Not that he knew anything about that at the time. I said, no way. Because I was thinking about Mauritius, and I already looked into Mauritania as well. Mauritania, Mauritius, sort of phonic association. But I was going, no way. And we had a great conversation then. And I have to call into him again just to hear more about Mauritius, because some of the things he said just clicked with me, and it sort of, it represents everything that I've come to see the dodo representing, and ultimately Mauritius representing. Dodo was placed. Remember, the dodo bird never existed. If you think I'm a dodo, je suis dodo, I put in the title tonight, Dodo No More. So Dodo No More as well. But yeah, dodo is the divided state. The divided state. So well, if it's all about repair, dodo no more makes sense to me. But yeah, the dodo, the non-existent bird, was placed as a point of origin and development and evolution on the island, and the isolated island of Mauritius, French owned as well, which I think is very significant, for a reason. For a reason. So if the reality is not so, is there a greater script being adhered to? You got to decide that. I mean, do you care? Do you care? What questions are you asking yourself? And who are you asking those questions for? I should think about that. If my son Steve, which is the only offspring I know, was with me, I know my reality would be completely different. Do that, but I know that for certain. But I wouldn't stop talking about these things. I just have someone to share these things with. In a way, I do have them to share. He knows I have a YouTube channel, and I hope you're listening, Steve, and get in touch. Get in touch. Let me. So before I put the link in chat, let me share screen. Let me share screen and yeah, just for your perusal. Yeah, I'll go entire screen. Go on tab. No, let's go entire screen. It doesn't matter. I have nothing to hide except the things I have to hide. Everyone's entitled to hide things. Natural life is laid bare before us. How well would we cope with the shock of having others made privy to all our everything, all the different thoughts, all the different deeds, all of the different. Yeah, let me, because we're sharing the screen now. Okay, here we go. All of the imagine how would you? Okay, ready, friends. Dang it! I'm gonna go full screen. There we go. Let me tell you, friends, straight off the bat, here's where I think we start. I'm sure we start here. Just here on C2, right? And I have a few different reasons for thinking about that. But here is where I'm nearly certain we end up as well, down here, which is E1. Now, we got to make our way around. If you think about it in terms of a chessboard, and here's a clue for us, right? If we're free to move one or two places, this is a pillar here, which a green is for go as well. So we think in basic terms, green is for go. As we make our way up here, we can follow it around and see how it directs us this direction, right? We can just, I'm just giving you a basic outline here of my thinking. We can see how it directs us in this direction. And then as we go to Big Ben, which is very interesting as well, then we're led in possible directions and we have to take the right and appropriate direction. If we go to the left here, it's almost like a frowning face, right? Immediately we can see that we have three bars facing upwards, which are pointing us towards the, what do you call it, smiling cat. Now, the reason for starting at this position as well is also got to do with Alice in Wonderland. The whole puzzle itself is based around Alice in Wonderland, or sorry, Alice Through the Looking Glass, which is the second book. So remember, this is the second puzzle. 2015 was the first puzzle. Yeah, 2018 is the second, and leading on to the third puzzle, which is here as well. Let me just give you a reminder of it. There it is. And once again, I think I know the answer, but I just have to find the right. Here we go. And look at, you know, there's the world here as well. There's so many things to note here, and there's so many things since I spoke to you last to get you to consider. And what I will get you to consider immediately is this sun symbol at the bottom. Ultimately, it's all about sun worship, which goes back to Christ, which goes back to us. Jesus is you. Do I need to take the, what do you call it, out, the laptop out to the hallway here for the statue of Jesus, which I have the utmost respect for. I really do. But it is still representative of this divided state that we are in and we find ourselves surrounded by. This is the starting point. So we're looking for resolution. And this is the starting point from here, which I say is the end point. And this puzzle here itself is an intermediate between the start and the finish. But this is the end point. So just to give you a clue, so yeah, here is some point. So we move this on to the next level then, which, well, is the level that needs solving right now. But just to show you, yeah. So two moves to start for the pawn. Alice is the pawn as well. Yeah, as we move upwards, we have potential to move other directions, but straight on is hinted at. And ultimately we end up then being queened at the top. And Alice's journey through Alice Through the Looking Glass was all about her starting off as a pawn and making her way up the chessboard until she was queen. But the story never, or doesn't end, or never ended there. Now, my next step. Well, once again, we have the camera here, the movie camera. But my next step is a crosswords. As we go crosswords, and we get the smile. You notice the smile here? This tells me that we're going in the right direction. If you notice the Statue of Liberty pointing in this direction as Trump's hair points in that direction. If we look underneath Trump, we have 2 pointers up towards him. So these are all clarifications that we're moving along the right lines. ultimately, I'm not going to talk you through it right now because I've yet to clarify. That's where I ended up. That's where I ended up, and I sort of didn't know I was going to end up there, but at the same time, it was suggested as well. So here's where I ended up. So I got to find a pathway down and around, which I think I have as well, but not 100% clarified. I'm not too bothered about that. Like with, as I said, the 2015 cover, um, I knew what the solution was beforehand. So it was just about finding and clarifying that pathway. Um, yeah, actually, I'm thinking, yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind someone coming in to talk about this, but don't get too involved. Don't get too in depth, ingrained in the possible conspiracy tale that's been told. You have to think like children and follow the clues, follow the pointers, which is an interesting point as well when we go back to the circle and the circumference and the diameter. Well, a line is defined as an imaginary extension between 2 points. The point is defined as an instance of zero dimensionality. So when we think of a line and we think of a circle and the relationship between the two, we have to consider the point. We have to consider the point, and ultimately this is where it comes back to a 0 point. 0 point. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that on the screen. I'll sing another song and I'll put the link in chat. And yeah, some constructive help. We're all in this together, friends. I don't claim any glory or I don't give a shit. Excuse me, it's not that. Since I don't give a shit about any of this, but look, this is all our story here that's been presented, and we're all in this together in a way. I think that every encounter counts, and in a way, everything is pre-written. Everything is pre-written, and the best you can do is sort of come to accept that. And when you accept that, maybe then you find yourself truly in the midst of a wondrous, magical realm. Maybe this also goes a long ways to explaining the antagonistic role that so many people are taking, which is seemingly anti-human, anti-fellow man. I've met so many people, and I'm talking about online, who wouldn't dream of talking to me or defending the positions they defend face to face. I'll meet anybody anywhere. No, I mean, within reason. I mean, if someone said to me, Pete, maybe someone will do that. I don't mean that, actually, because I don't need someone to do that. But I'll meet anyone. I pretty much will meet anyone anywhere. But you better be prepared for straight fucking up questions. And if you don't answer properly, well then, just like any other situation, and more so in these charged, ultimately significant environments, yeah, you better prepare to piss off. Get out of my sight because you're taking the piss out of me. You're fooling me. You're tricking me. You're not being honest with me. The funny thing about the moon, imagine all your life you were just used to seeing something through water, and suddenly you come out of the water to air and you saw the same thing. Wouldn't you go, what the heck is that? It's the same thing with the moon. Um, we're used to seeing it as is, but now with the advent of the ability to rise higher, for instance, actually, imagine I said that's something I could have done years ago. What would be the point to? I came to realize early on the truth is always known. This is not a venture into the unknown. We're not sort of leaving science behind here and venturing into lands that are thus far been undiscovered. No, the truth is always known. So who would I be presenting my truth to? So that's always been a major consideration. But yeah, go on internet, go on YouTube, and find one video, one image of the moon as you can see it now. Go outside. If you're in Ireland here, go outside and have a look at the moon. Look at how close it looks. As you rise closer to it, if it's a ball in space being lit up by the sun, you should be able to find plenty of evidences, plenty of videos which show this moon in all its brilliance, all its exuberance, as you rise closer to it, via high altitude balloon footage, via plane, whatever, but you can't find it anywhere. It shrinks to a black fucking dot, tiny dot, every time. Why? Well, because it's a reflection. We're seeing it actually fundamentally through water. That's what we're seeing it through. And it's the same thing with the sun. The sun is the primary reflection, it's the focal reflection. The magnifying glass and the sun and the ant on the ground or the newspaper that you experimented with as a child. You had to distance, right? This is what the sun is in relation to ARISTARCHUS at the center. What would you say what the moon is in Greek terms before singing the next song? My best understanding, Bell Earth. So we live with the tree is cut this side, live on the sun surface, so you can invert everything. We're uprooted. Our brains are like the seed, right? And our limbs are like the branches. Everything's upside down. So we have been uprooted. And at the very center of the stump, we have, forgive my language, but I don't mean it in that way, we have the cunt. So we all live on cunt trees. And the song I'm going to sing, I don't know it today as well. Everything that Bob Dylan does is a clue. Everything that everyone offers you in terms of mass media influence is a clue for you. But yeah, at the center then we have, for want of a better term, it's the cunt. It is the hollow, massive hollow, giant whirlpool, because we've been inundated through from the other side then, where the tree is intact, that's where paradise lies, where heaven resides. Then we have the root sticking through, looking for purchase. And this is what gives us all the skylights. It's the penis, right? It's the gong. So yeah, if the big hollow at the center is the circumference of the bell and upside down, the bell is upside down. Well then the root through the other side is the gong. And needs must again it reflects our being here. Click the bell notification we're told in YouTube. Thumbs up or thumbs down. Thumb is to be found at the very, I can even do it here, look. Thumb is to be found at the X, the center of your keyboard. Not because thumb itself is significant, even though it is, but thumb up or thumb down. When you reverse thumb, you get behemoth. What does that mean? Well, behemoth is you. Be, he, me, th. Anyway, yeah. So it is this. I guess coming to recognition for yourself. I'm just here with the ability to express my thoughts. I can express my thoughts anywhere. I don't need to express them here. I expressed my thoughts a good few times today, definitely. I spoke to loads of people about it. I might actually not loads of people. Many times that I must say, and many times that I mentioned flat Earth. Oh, I did. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm not a fucking idiot, but I mentioned it more than once or twice because I was talking to four young lads, maybe 13, 14-year-olds specifically, as I was busking. I also said it to someone across the road who was walking across the road who was objecting to the idea that the earth might be flat. So I'm pretty vocal about these things. Anything I say here, I'll say stand by. I got to stand by everything I think, say, and do at all times. Standing by everything you think, that's the most difficult aspect. You can think a lot of things. Okay, so as they what do you call it? The graphics on screen. So this is our starting point where we have the three and one. Also, it's on square C2. I mistakenly said it was on C3, which would be 3 3. But C2 is good as well, which is 3 2. 3, yeah, 3 representing you, and 3 also representing your counterpart. So, yeah, 3 2. This is where we're starting off. In the divided state, can we come to wholeness? And there's stuff like, if we look here, like this locked symbol here, there's a few of those strewn around. They're indicators that you don't go that way. It's the same with the clown X eyes here. You don't go that way, so you have to find an alternative way around. So once again, I'll let you know my conclusion. This is the starting point, and this is the ending up point. The bicycle at the very center, bicycle revolves, so it's a revolving sort of process. It's something that we have to go around. And once again, I'm not going to get stuck on the intricacies because I know that will come. I almost have it. I know I almost have it, but I don't quite have it. But you can see where there's so many pointers. For instance, if we go, let's say we start here, pointed upwards, over, back, up, over. Yes, you're going the right way. Over. Well, what do you do here? Do you fall down? If you fall down, then you're pointing over this way. Then you're pointed upwards, and this guy's pointing right downwards. Where do you come to the next arrow? Look at the chart and tie line. This guy pointing downwards, where the trail seems to be leading as well. Here's a pivotal symbol. So where does that lead you? But do you understand the idea? You don't have to know any of the intricacies. These puzzles have to be sort of childlike at their core, but they are for adults. You have to have a certain context. If you're not a flat earther by now, well, you're going to kick yourself. You're going to kick yourself, for goodness sake. How wonderful are you? And then you're going to kick yourself. It's sort of a game for all of us and all of this. How do we figure out how to move from minute to minute? How do we figure out a future? How do we figure out how I feel? How do we figure out what to do, right? What to do, right? To be, to think, to do, all interconnected. Actually, more interconnected now than to be, to think, to do, to feel. Okay. So just to preface, because I mentioned that we all live in our own countries. So the day being the day, if we imagine that the giant hole at the center, giant whirlpool, this is what causes the tides because it's moving from the other side. The root is looking for purchase. The root is the penis, and this is what it represents. And if we think in terms of today, well, today would be the climax. Today would be the highest point, right? The highest reach. Summer solstice, summer solace. Solace of ST. That's very, Stephen is my son, but Stephen was also the first martyr of Christ, which is CHRIST. Aristarchus is RISTRCHUS. We already know about the equivalence between me and you, Mount Meru. So I am you. If you are male, I am you. If you are female, you are every female. If we are male and female, we are every man because we are in this divided state. So, yeah. How do you bridge that gap? Well, be filled when you need to be filled. So that reminds me, after I play this song, I'm going to put on, Secret Book of James, which I believe is our final clue. It's the sort of easiest clue. You can work it out from the more intricate clues laid out for us. The Bible being the first one. If you can work it out from one reading of the Bible or a reading of the Bible alone, well, fair play to you. After getting all the cryptic clues and the crossword, when you work your way through all of the different apocrypha, all the books that didn't make it into it, understanding that it's all scripted, it's all just, look, the same hand is writing everything, it's just the same cryptic crossword clue writer. Well, then when you make your way towards the Gospel of Thomas and especially the Secret Book of James, these are getting towards the simplest clues. Still fiendishly complex in a sense because it takes so many sort of steps to, first of all, come away from. Well, ask yourself, why do you believe you live in a spinning ball? Why do you believe that people in Australia are upside down to you? Because if that's not so, then, well, what else isn't so? Yeah, countries is mentioned here in the song, and I believe it's specific as well. So let's see what I can make of. For Steve. I'm sailing away in my own true love. I'm sailing away in the morning. Is there something I can send you from across the sea? From the place where I landed. No, there's nothing you can send my own true love. There's nothing I'm wishing to be owning. Just carry yourself back to the right store. From the place where well, I just hope you might want something fine, made of silver or gold, either from the mountains up or the coast of Barcelona. Well, if I had the stars from the darkest night, or the diamonds from the deepest blue ocean, I'd forsake them all for your sweet kiss. Oh, that's all I'm wishing to be honest. Baby gone in a long, long time. It's only that I ask. Is there something I can send you to remember me by? Make your time boy, best of me. Oh, I care, you ask me to care. It only brings me sorrow to say, could I would want to take you from her ship, like a sailor, I don't know when I'll be coming back. It depends on how I'm feeling. Oh, if you are love to stay with me, I'm sure. I'm sure your heart when the country where you're going, so take heed of the west wind, take heed of the storm. There is something you can say back to me. Spanish means favorite weather. Yes, there is something you can say back to me. Spanish means favorite. All right, friends. I hope that came across okay. And that was for you, my Steve. Do you remember that? Okay. In the meantime, let me have a cigarette break, and because there's no hurry. My mother's out gallivanting. Corona's gone now. Corona's gone away. Ooh. I can go into both shops now locally and not wear a mask, which is grand. I had it out with the people. Over there, I was always grand. In the petrol station across the road, the garage, or whatever you want to call it. But of the other shop, I had my running eye with my guitar. I was singing outside. Corona's a hoax. My Corona's a hoax song, and they all knew it, and they all knew my position. But I cleared it last week with the owner himself, and there's only one person I have a problem with. He said, "I don't care what he says. This is my boss, and I'm not going to serve you if you don't wear a mask." It's okay. So everyone served me so far, and. Yeah, I make my position clear, loud and clear at every opportunity regarding Corona. Once again, I'm not going against any guidelines. You can do whatever the fuck you like. You can go into your kitchen right now, right? Go into your fridge, go to the freezer department, take an ice cube out and shove it up your arse. I'm telling you to do that. Does that mean you have to do it? You can if you want. Actually, maybe there's someone in. Imagine that. Imagine that chain of events. Some guy listening in Tasmania or something goes, wow, he just tuned in a few minutes ago. What's going on here? And, wow, I never considered that before. Australia. And so I never considered that before. Sheila, let me try that. And imagine a whole sequence of events unfolding from there. That's how great stories start, isn't it? It's just like a vague occurrence, a vague notion, a vague thought that you hear or that's experienced, and well, then it leads to a much greater. I can already picture a certain sequence from that guy in Tasmania after listening to PJ telling him to go to his freezer, take out an ice cube, and shove it up his arse. Because I guess it's pretty hot in Australia. Although I haven't said that, it's winter. It's coming to winter time here. It's actually the heart of winter. They celebrate Christmas on the 25th of December, but they shouldn't. They shouldn't. They should celebrate Christmas right now, actually, isn't it? The 25th. Isn't that brilliant? Australia, the land down under. That's brilliant. That's a brilliant thought that's occurred to me. I must keep that in mind. They should be celebrating Christmas Day right now, which is 3 days' time, 25th of December. So for them, okay, so hang on, let me think about it. So for them, why the 24th to the 25th of December is so important for us in the northern hemisphere? Remember, everything is just tree stump, just think in terms of tree stump. Everything revolving around the center. Why it's so significant for us is because from the 21st until the 25th, when after 12 midnight, then the sun dies at its most southern sort of extent, right, that we can perceive. And it stays in that position. I think it happens to go a little bit further as well, but we just can't sort of perceive it. But then after 3 days, it rises again. It comes back, and summertime is destined. Summertime is on its way. This is what it's all about. So yeah, this is the heart of the Australian winter. A southern peripheral, southern extent. So yeah, isn't that interesting? Then? Whereas of course they do celebrate their Christmas Day on the beach, on the beach in the heart of summer. On the 25th of December, like the rest of us. That's not fucking right, is it, mate? That's not right. Especially when I come to realize what Aristarchus is. It's the divided tree of life, friends. Aristarchus is an anagram of Christ's aura. AURA, which is Christ's golden sun. These core emanations, the roots sticking through the other side, is what generates the barrier, what generates the skylights, what generates everything. I talked before about the Big Bang. Everything is metaphor. Spinning ball Earth is metaphor. Because we're greater minds, we're greater intellects. I don't care if you're a man, woman, or child. I mean, if you think there's a certain area that you are good at or you're interested in and you leave the other areas for someone else, but then you're selling yourself short. You're selling your children short. You're selling all children short. We're wondrous beings, all of us, male, female, man, woman, child. And, well, the truth is only ever good enough for us. And I realize this more and more. Certainly. I certainly don't want to sell, well, not to sell you short. I have nothing to sell. I don't want you to sell yourself short. I'm going to play now. I'm going to play now for my ears. And so anyone being patient, what time is it? It's coming up to midnight, so perfect. So yeah, shortly after midnight, I'll put in the link and you're free to join. But I'm going to play in the meantime. You can see all the links I have open here. Here we go, Secret Book of James. I'm going to play that, and you're going to listen carefully to it if you're of the mind. Because
the secret book or apocryphon of James is a text presented.
You're going to listen carefully because,
the secret
especially on this date, Jesus is the Son. Son is the Son of Man, the Son of Man. The distinction here made is between the mother and father. Right? So one is the filling and one is the lacking thereof. This is what Jesus is representing here. It's no judgment. It's a statement. It's a matter of fact. It's a matter of how the divide panned out. Kid A was the album, right, which represented, well, Kid A was the soundtrack to 9/11. So the finishing parting song was song number 10. It had to be song 10. And the name of it was Motion Picture Soundtrack. But the omitted verse on Motion Picture Soundtrack was Beautiful Angel pulled apart at birth. So it's all about how we were actually pulled apart. A limbless and helpless, I hardly recognized you. Right? So yeah, it's how we're pulled apart. So it's in this way, it's in this sort of relative fashion that Jesus is referencing the filled nature of us. Remember that in the male, the fluid, the vital fluid, the father is above. The fluid comes from above, the seed at the top, right? Right. So this is where you can call it the pineal. The pineal, the spine, the penis, they're all almost anagrammatical. Penis and spine are perfectly anagrammatical. The pineal, you have an added L. So this is what knowing when to be filled or when to be emptied. This is what Jesus is ultimately talking about. In the male, the fluid pools in the testicles. In the female, it pools in the breasts. But there's also pathways for male to have breasts, and the other way around as well. That fluid still continues to the female, but to a much lesser degree. Ultimately, all this is about sort of the re-bridging, the reunification of that which has been divided. Have we done this to ourselves? I should think so. I should think so. And if God has done this to us, well, it's for our greater benefit. So for us to come to know ourselves. So, I think it's best to think that we have done this to ourselves. If you want to think in terms of God, well, you go and create your own picture of God. And then attach yourself to that picture, if you're so willing, if you dare. Anyway, let me just, so with that in mind, ultimately the greater context for existence here is, and I'll be bearing this in mind as well. Shit, researcher. But once again, everything in its own time. I listen to it now. Everything in context. Your whole life is a lie. Our Earth, in its current divided form, tree cut 423 years ago, 1598. 423. 423 and 423 is 846. 846 was when 9/11 began, when the unbirthing of the two divided twin towers began, and in their place, unified whole. 846, I've asked the question many times, if you take three of a kind and you make six of a kind, do you divide or do you multiply? Another question is a riddle posed to me, which I answered. Hang on, let me get it right. Life is to root, as death is to ... What's your answer to that? And the answer connects with the last question I asked. If you take three of a kind and you make six of a kind, do you divide or do you multiply? Now, with this divided nature, this is what the dodo represents. So to put it on a plate in a nutshell, where peach is at, anyway. Yeah, the divided tree of life. The tree is intact the other side. We're literally on the stump this side as it juts above the invading waters, which penetrate all the way to the core center, which is the hollowed center, which is the cunt center, the cunt tree center. And from the other side, this magical root is sticking through, looking for purchase. You can call that the father if you want, and this side it's the mother. So as it expresses it, it gives us a divide, a surround between the waters beyond. So it's like we're in the bubble in the womb, right? Separated from what is beyond, and enclosed and whole within. But yet, once again, it is a divided state, and it is an unnatural form. We have entered into division. So, yeah, understand the earth itself reflects, because the material reflects the immaterial. We are greater than the material. So its story reflects our story. The earth is divided, stump earth, the cunt at the center, the tree, which is the root, sticking through from the other side, moving up and down, fucking like fashion. Um, and here we are at the day of climax. This would have to be considered the day of climax. And I think this is why this is such a significant day. 3 days later, then we have the 25th. It's so interesting, isn't it? It's so interesting. So consider that. Everything coming back to your essential core. The Big Bang references the big fuck, when the male and the female components, the sperm and the egg, one is a division, one is an inversion of the other, come together and sparks fly. This signifies your greater entrance into a material reality, right? And yeah, coming away from the material only existence, where Aristarchus of Samos led us. Samos, S-A-M-O-S, is Am-O-S-O-S. Jesus is Je-S-U-S. So it's all interconnected, or at least you can see how it might be. Well, that is the greater quest you're on here, to come to terms with this and this divide. So what is the nature of that divide? Let's play
Book of James. The secret book, or apocryphon, of James is a text presented rather like the letter of Peter to Philip, within the frame of an introductory letter, as a secret book with sayings of Jesus that his followers remembered. According to the text, this is the second such secret book that James sent. The letter of James is addressed to someone whose name is preserved imperfectly in the papyrus, with only the final 3 letters, in Coptic or Greek, visible. Some scholars have suggested the name or the recipient of the letter may be restored to designate Cerinthus, a Christian teacher who flourished in the early 2nd century and who proclaimed a Christology similar to the view of Jesus in the secret book of James. The secret book of James. James writes to, peace be with you from peace, love from love, grace from grace, faith from faith, life from holy life. James' secret books. You have asked me to send you a secret book revealed to Peter and me by the Master, and I could not turn you down, nor could I speak to you. So I have written in Hebrew, and have sent it to you and to you alone. But since you are a minister of the salvation of the saints, try to be careful not to reveal to many people this book that the Savior did not want to reveal even to all of us, his 12 students. Nonetheless, those who will be saved through the faith of this treatise will be blessed. 10 months ago, I sent you another secret book that the Savior revealed to me. Think of that book as revealed to me, James. But this one. Jesus addresses Peter and James. Now the 12 students were all sitting together, recalling what the Savior had said to each of them, whether in a hidden or an open manner, and organizing it in books. I was writing what is in my book. Look, the Savior appeared after he had left us while we were watching for him. 550 days after he rose from the dead, we said to him, did you depart and leave us? Jesus said, no, but I shall return to the place from which I came. If you want to come with me, come. They all answered and said, if you order us, we shall come. He said, I tell you the truth, no one will ever enter the kingdom of heaven because I ordered it, but rather because you yourselves are filled. Leave James and Peter to me, that I may fill them. When he called the 2 of them, he took them aside and commanded the rest to keep doing what they were doing. The Savior said, you have been treated kindly, have not been understood. Do you not want to be filled? Your hearts are drunk. Do you not want to be sober? You ought to be ashamed. From now on, awake or sleep, remember that you have seen the human Son, and have spoken with him and have listened to him. Shame on those who have seen the human Son. Blessings will be on you who have not seen him, or associated with him, or spoken with him, or listened to anything from him. Yours is life. Understand that he healed you when you were sick, that you might reign. Shame on those who found relief from their sickness, for they will relapse into sickness. Blessings on you who have not been sick and have known relief before getting sick. The kingdom of God is yours. So I tell you, be filled and leave no space in you empty, or he who is coming will mock you. Being filled and lacking. Then Peter answered, Look, 3 times you have told us, be filled, but we are filled. The Savior answered and said, For this reason I have told you, be filled, that you may not lack. Those who lack will not be saved. To be filled is good, and to lack is bad. Yet since it is also good for you to lack, but bad for you to be filled, whoever is filled also lacks. One who lacks is not filled in the way another who lacks is filled, but whoever is filled is brought to an appropriate end. So you should lack when you can fill yourselves, and be filled when you lack, that you may be able to fill yourselves more. Be filled with spirit, but lack in reason, for reason is of the soul. It is soul. Believe in my cross. I answered and said to him, Master, we can obey you if you wish, for we have forsaken our fathers and our mothers and our villagers and followed you. Give us the means not to be tempted by the evil devil. The master answered and said, What good is it to you if you do the Father's will? But you are not given your part of his bounty when you are tempted by Satan. But if you are oppressed by Satan and persecuted and do the Father's will, I say he will love you, make you my equal, and consider you beloved through his forethought, and by your own choice. Won't you stop loving the flesh and fearing suffering? Don't you know that you have not yet been abused, unjustly accused, locked in prison, unlawfully condemned, crucified without reason, or buried in the sand, as I myself was by the evil one? Do you dare to spare the flesh, O you for whom the Spirit is walls surrounding you? If you consider how long the world has existed before you, and how long it will exist after you, you will see that your life is but a day, and your suffering an hour. The good will not enter the world. Disdain death, then, and care about life. Remember my cross and my death, and you will live. I answered and said to him, Master, do not mention to us the cross and the death, for they are far from you. The master answered and said, I tell you the truth, none will be saved unless they believe in my cross, for the kingdom of God belongs to those who have believed in my cross. Be seekers of death then, like the dead who seek life, for what they seek becomes apparent to them, and what is there to cause them concern? As for you, when you search out death, it will teach you about being chosen. I tell you the truth, no one afraid of death will be saved, for the kingdom of death belongs to those who are put to death. Become better than I. Be like the child of the Holy Spirit. Be eager for the word. Then I asked, Master, can we prophesy to those who ask us to prophesy to them? There are many who bring a request to us and look to us to hear our pronouncement. The master answered and said, Do you not know that the head of the prophecy was cut off with John? But I said, Master, is it not impossible to remove the head of prophecy? The master said to me, When you realize what head means, and that prophecy comes from the head, then understand the meaning of its head was removed. First I spoke with you in parables, and you did not understand. Now I am speaking with you openly, and you do not grasp it. Nevertheless, you were for me a parable among parables, and a disclosure among things revealed. Be eager to be saved without being urged.
To pose it there, friends, you are a parable amongst parables. So this is all a parable. Do you not know what it means for the head to be cut off, right? Well, listen. Our brain and our gut are inversions of one another through the heart. So the head is cut off, the throat center, and what are we left with? We're left with the heart center and the gut center. When we relapse completely into the gut center from the heart center, then we have the 666 delved into the belly of the beast. This is why everything comes from up above. So once again, this is your story. There's so many points I should have interject here with this one. I could have belonged because I'm listening and think of it in those terms. What it means to be filled, let me just say this. What it means to be filled, the body of Christ is the semen. It's the semen. So the semen can be filled, right, but it has to make the journey because the journey has been blockaded. The journey has been circumcised, cut off. So, at the appropriate time, which has got to do with the full moon, funnily enough, as well, as I reckon, the journey has to be made. And then it's a consummation devoutly to be wished for. So let's not fear anything, and let's take everything to its material completion. Everything applies to us. Everything applies to us, and don't forget that. So yeah. Oh yeah. Another thing I wanted to mention: the decollation of Saint John the Baptist's Day is none other than, would you believe it, the 11th of September, 9/11. Look it up if you don't believe me. The decollation, the decapping, uh, the beheading, I should say, the decapping, the beheading of Saint John the Baptist, decollation of Saint John the Baptist Day. It's called 9/11. Look it up. Okay.
Rather be fervent of your own, and if possible, outdo even me, for this is how the Father will love you. Come to hate hypocrisy and evil intention. Intention becomes hypocrisy, and hypocrisy is far from truth. Do not let the kingdom of heaven wither away. It is like a palm shoot whose dates dropped around it. It produces buds, and after they grew, its productivity dried up. This is also what happened with fruit that came from the single root. After it was harvested, fruit was obtained by many. It certainly was good.
No
Is it
way,
not
fruit from the
possible to
center root? From the center root? Get the heck out of here. So the root is sticking through from the other side where the tree is intact. Remember, it's all a construct. It's all a sort of a holographic, it is the best way of putting it. It's a holographic representation. It's a venture from the immaterial, the thought, the imagination into the material. But all of the words, every one of the words chosen here, it's a Gnostic text, but the same hands that wrote this, same hands that wrote everything, same hands that wrote the Bible, same hands that wrote the works of Shakespeare, same hands that did the works of Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Lewis Carroll. You know, it's the same hidden hand that's in operation throughout. So once again, these clues all apply to you and no one else. There's never been anyone else. How much do you value yourself? Even if you don't value yourself at all, well, you'll value your children. You'll value the children, right? And the onus on you to figure this and apply this to you. Because why? Well, you're worth it. As Jesus said, if you can, if possible, be greater than I am. How is that possible? How is that possible? How is this? I think he's going to come up to saying it now, pretty soon now. Whereas, how is it possible that even God won't be able to resist you? Let's see the context in which he supplies this.
produce a new growth now, and for you to find it? Since I was glorified, like this once before, why do you hold me back when I am eager to go? After my labor, you have made me stay with you another 18 days because of the parables. For some people it was enough to listen to the teaching understood. The shepherds, the seed, the building, the lamps of the young women, the wage of the workers, and the silver coins in the woman. Be eager for the word. The first aspect of the word is faith. The second is love. The third is works, and from these comes life. The word is like a grain of wheat. When someone sowed it, he had faith in it, and when it sprouted, he loved it, because he saw many grains instead of just one. And after he worked, he was saved because he prepared it as food, and he still kept some out to sow. This is also how you can acquire the kingdom of heaven for yourself. Unless you acquire it through knowledge, you will not be able to find it. Understand the light. So I say to you, be sober, do not go astray. And often have I said you all together, and also to you alone, James, be saved. I have commanded you to follow me, and I have taught you how to speak before the rulers, so that I have come down and have spoken, and have become exerted myself, and have won my crown when I saved you. I came down to live with you, so you might also live with me. And when I found that your houses had no roofs, I lived in houses that could receive me when I came down. Trust me, my brothers, understand what the great light is. The Father does not need me. A father does not need a son, but it is the Son who needs the Father. To him I am going, for the Father of the Son is not in need of you. Listen to the word, understand knowledge, love life, and no one will persecute you, and no one will oppress you other than you yourselves. Shame on you, blessings on you. You wretches, you losers, you pretenders to truth, you falsifiers of knowledge, you sinners against the Spirit. Do you still dare to listen when from the beginning you should have been speaking? Do you still dare to sleep when from the beginning you should have been awake so the kingdom of heaven might receive
The
you?
kind who sold ourselves short. We don't know who we were, but that's the purpose of all of this. Remember, we've only been given the internet for 20 years. All this information was privy to a select few. Now it's available to everybody. So these words are for you. You might look at these in terms of a historic timeline. Bullshit. Get that out of your mind. These are words exactly for you, and now is the time. So apply them. Apply the Apocrypha. And yeah, once again, I'll make it clear, I look at this, I'm speaking specifically to James and Peter, so that's very significant. But what I apply this in relation to, let's say, a cryptic crossword. You're trying to figure out something. Okay, Bob, I'll go for the second clue. It's the first clue is too difficult. It's too vague. It just shows a hair on a white page. I can't figure anything out there. I can make a guess, but I wouldn't commit to it. Give me the next sort of level of clues. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. And well, this is the last layer. He's speaking directly to you now. Speaking directly to you, because this is your story. Who am I speaking for? Who can I speak for? I maybe speak for everyone I know. You know, I don't know about the female kind. I don't know much, I think, but at the same time, yeah, who knows what I know? Who knows what I know? One thing I do know is this all applies to all of us. I'm nothing without my female counterpart, and my female counterpart is nothing without me. That's just a simple truth. Now, might be the next layer of the matrix, if you want, that when we die here, we go back to our united form, a male and female in one. We have wings and everything is great and hunky dory. But then I think there's a greater level then, and that is, well, beyond the material. This is an expression into the material. So if you're in a divided state within a material or the manifestation, well, what lies beyond that? And I think, well, that's the secrets to come, isn't it? That's the secrets to come. And this is all a rite of passage. So please, friends, bear that in mind. This is Jesus speaking directly to you. Jesus is the original dodo.
I tell you the truth. It is easier for a holy person to sink into defilement and for an enlightened person to sink into darkness than for you to reign or not to reign. I remember your tears, your mourning, and your grief. They are far from us. You who are outside the Father's inheritance, weep when you should, mourn and preach what is good, as is proper, the Son is ascending. I tell you the truth, if I had been sent to those who would listen to me and had spoken with them, I would never have come down to earth. Now be ashamed. Look, I shall be leaving you and go away. I do not want to stay with you any longer, just as you yourselves have not wanted this. Follow me quickly, I tell you. For you I came down. You are loved ones. You will bring life to many people. Invoke the Father. Pray to God frequently, and he will be generous with you. Blessings on one who has seen you with him, when he is proclaimed among the angels and glorified among the saints. Yours is life.
Hang on.
Rejoice and be glad.
See the way I could stop at every moment? So yeah, I would not have come down to earth. Earth backwards is three, or three. So one came down to three. There we have, when you combine a one and a three, you get a B. To be or not to be. So this is telling you about your component parts, your component aspects. Jesus is every man, androgynous as well. Jesus is neither male nor female. It represents all of us. Remember, if we are the divided manifestations of a prior unified state, then we are not whole. So to view your own existence in a differing light and to hear the words that have been spoken here then, in this proper context, it will makes all the difference, or at least can do. So yeah, that one divide, so the three in the one. This is your body, friends, body to body. None of us would be here without a body coming together with another body, where the bridge was made, where the divide was. I can't use the word bridged again, but fuck it, where the divide was bridged. And how is that divide bridged? Via the fluids, via the exchange of fluids, which is not really an exchange, it's a sort of a reconnection, reestablishment of fluids that were once disconnected. So yeah, bear that in mind again. It's your processes, it's your functionality, it's your physiology, it's your reality.
As children of God, observe his will that it may be saved. Accept correction from me and save yourselves. I am meditating for you with the Father, and he will forgive you many things. Few find the kingdom of heaven. When we heard this, we were delighted. We had become gloomy because of what we said earlier, but when we saw us happy, he said, "Shame on you who are in need of an advocate. Shame on you who stand in need of grace. Blessings will be on those who have spoken out and acquired grace for themselves. Compare yourself to foreigners. How are they viewed in your city? Why are you anxious to banish yourselves on your own and distance yourself from your city? Why abandon your dwelling on your own and make it
I'll
available for
tell you
those who
then
want
for
to live in?"
nothing. I see more foreigners than anyone else. Well, that's when I'm busking as well, and I always have a smile, and that's a genuine smile. I always have a genuine um, hello to say to everybody, and especially the children of foreigners as well. And I mean that. I mean that. Because we're all the same. We're all the same.
In it. O you exiles and runaways, shame on you, you will be captured. Or maybe you think that the Father is a lover of people, or that he is won over by prayers, or that he is gracious to one because of another, or that he tolerates whoever is seeking. He knows about desire and what the flesh needs. Does it not desire the soul? The body does not sin apart from the soul, just as the soul is not saved apart from the spirit. But if the soul is saved from evil, and the spirit too is saved, the body becomes sinless. The spirit animates the soul, but the body kills it. The soul kills itself. I tell you the truth, he will never forgive the sin of the soul or the guilt of the flesh, for none of those who have worn the flesh will be saved. Do you think that many have found the kingdom of heaven? Blessings on one who has seen oneself as the fourth one in heaven. Know yourselves. When we heard this, we became sad. But when he saw that we were sad, he said, I say this to you that you may know yourselves. The kingdom of heaven is like a head of grain that sprouted into a field, and when it was ripe, it scattered its seed. And again it filled the field with heads of grain for another year. So with you, be eager to harvest for yourselves a head of grain of life, that you may be filled with the kingdom.
Now, that immediately, the head of grain multiplied, sprouted. It's perfect for today as well, where Aristarchus, the root from the other side, is at its highest point. It's at the climax. When does our material being come in to play? Well, when the male climaxes, when you reach orgasm, right? And you have this injection. This is what God is the sower of the seed. So where does the seed come from? It comes from above. In the name of the Father, walk your way through it. If you're listening, in the name of the Father, think about what you say and where you point. In the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit upwards. Even our body structure points us upwards. So this is where the arrows are so significant, and this is where this all plays a major aspect or role in the solution or coming to the solution of these, I would say, three greatest of puzzles in history. Pete, would you say that? I know no one else is working on them. Fucking hell. I actually wonder if this is just a story unique to me and we're maybe all, I'm not going to say inverted commas anyway, heroes in our own story. So it all turns out that if we were right all along, and to what degree of intricacy we decided to take the story, we become sort of established and happy with it at the end of the day. I wonder, I wonder. This story applies to all of us. Though. That's within my story, my ability to tell anyway. That's my not just my position now. It's been my starting position from, I guess, first of all, when I found out that 9/11 was a symbolic media and victim hoax extravaganza. Back in 2010, where I first heard the idea in York, where I was living in York, and where, would you believe, if Sarah is listening, would you fucking believe it? When I came back to Ireland to Ennis, I ended up in the same apartment that I had left from, but different circumstances. It was where Sarah and Stephen were living at this time, but they had got the channels in the meantime. And looking at one of the 100 of channels that was available, I saw, I think it was Richard Gage, who just had, I remember the moment, he just had like a building, 9/11 type building. And by the way, Jesus returned after 550 days here. 550 times 2 is 1,100. There's 110 floors to both twin towers. Isn't that an interesting thing? So let's go back to the twin towers as well. So Richard Gage, who was a 9/11 conspiracist, said, "How can a building collapse from top down at the same speed as I dropped this brick, the top few floors from the same height?" And I learned that in a place I lived for years, and I'd returned to, from my son's mum, Sarah's couch. That's mad. That's why I think there's something that's going on in life here, and everything is scripted out. Everything is magical in a way, and I wonder, is it sort of individually magical? Because I certainly know that most of the things that I consider, the vast majority of people can't consider. They can't have come to consider because they haven't come to consider certain is benchmark, but there's certain points along the way. I guess media fakery being one of them, flat Earth another, the symbolic nature of everything, a recently arrived state, all these sort of things. So it's so interesting. I could stop this. I was itching at the finger. I'm at the window actually, so I wasn't itching at the finger to stop it. But I could have stopped it loads of times, and definitely will be playing this again in the next few days to myself anyway. But once again, I think the pertinent point is coming out where even God himself or herself can't oppose us. Let's see.
As long as I am with you, pay attention to me and trust in me. But when I am afar from you, remember me, and remember me because I was with you and you did not know me. Blessings will be on those who have known me. Shame on those who have heard and have not believed. Blessings will be on those who have not seen but yet believe. And once again I appeal to you. I am disclosed to you as I am building a house useful to you when you find shelter in it, and it will support your neighbor's house when theirs threatens to collapse. I tell you the truth, shame on those for whom I was sent down here. Blessings will be on those who are going up to the Father. Again I warn you, you who are. Be like those who are not, that you may be with those who are not. Do not let the kingdom of heaven become a desert within you. Do not be proud because of the light that enlightens. Rather act toward yourselves as I myself have toward you. I have put myself under a curse for you to save you. The last word. Peter responded to these comments and said, "Sometimes you urge us toward the kingdom of heaven, but at other times you turn us away, Master. Sometimes you encourage us, draw us toward faith and promise of life, but at other times you drive us away from the kingdom of heaven." The Master answered and said to us, "I have offered you faith many times and have revealed myself to you, James, and you have not known me. Now I see you often rejoicing, and although you are delighted about the promise of life, you are sad and gloomy when you are taught about the kingdom."
Perfect, friends. So Jesus is after telling James, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? I fucking told you this stuff. I showed it to you so many times. I told you in cryptic terms. I told you in parabolic. That's a good word. That's a new word. Parabolic. So it's not parabolic, it's parabolic. Parabolic terms. And you didn't listen. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? So this is what I've been saying. The cryptic clues, the crossword. It's great crossword, actually brilliant, isn't it? Crossword. Did you know that? And if you've been doing crosswords for years, you might notice that there's a symmetry to the crossword. So have a look at the next crossword, and you'll discover which way it is symmetrically mirrored. But and very interesting, the cross, and at the very center of your keyboard at the X is the word, well, the established word thumb. With YouTube, it's a thumb up or thumb down. What do you do when you reverse thumb? Say the word 5 times. Say the word 10 times. And tell me what you get. That's the last thing I've written down. It was 42. I talked about 42, but TH, the significance of TH is well, I need somebody here to talk. I need somebody with an ear to talk to and express all this stuff to, because it's so encompassing. But ultimately, well, it's referencing exactly this: the journey towards the Father. Father is upwards. The Son was tempted by the devil because we're in that realm, right? But the Father is upwards. When you bring the H together, H-U man, bring the two divided aspects. I'm talking about side-on aspects as well. When you bring the two together and you raise the crossbar, you get to T. And this is what the TH. This is the philosopher's stone. It's the S tone. The S. And funny enough, us Irish have trouble with our THs. We always pronounce a tree, a 3, a 33, 33 and a third. Is that just an accident, a simple twist of historic fate? No, it is not. No, I think it has to be more than that. And there's a reason for that. THRUT, right? Truth, TRUTH. This is actually I sang the song today, Forever Young. May you build a ladder to the stars and climb on every rung. May you stay forever young. So it's his journey upwards, right, towards the seed, towards the Father, towards the core, towards the origin. Everything else is an expression, an outwards expression. And it's wondrous, it's miraculous to think about, to be honest with you. But yet we can handle it. We can handle it. We were made to handle it. That's what I think. That's what I think. And as it's got me so, as I haven't seen my beautiful Steve, you know, nothing's good enough for my love but the truth. And all of this truth, inverted commas, that I speak, you think I would withhold that from him? You think I would withhold that from a love? No way. No way. Even if the world was against us, and I guess in a way the world is against us, I haven't seen my love in 7 years. I saw a picture of him. I'll talk about that in a minute after this finishes, actually. I saw a picture of him with Steve, and I hardly recognized him, so that reminds me of a song I was singing. Doesn't mean I love him less. Love him more than ever. Love is in our hearts. It's always there. Let me finish this off. So I think for the last segment, it's just gonna intensify now. So we're coming towards the end of the clues, and James isn't getting it. So Jesus is going, "What the fuck do I need to do, man? What's wrong with you?" So let's see what Jesus has to say.
Nevertheless, you through faith and knowledge have received life, so disregard rejection when you hear it. But when you hear about the promise, be joyful all the more. I tell you the truth, whoever will receive life and believe in the kingdom will never leave it, not even if the Father wants to banish him. This is all I shall tell you at this time.
There you
Now
go.
I shall ascend to
There
the
you
place
go.
from which
Didn't it just say it? And didn't it just arrive? Whoever, even if the Father wants to, he can't banish him. Actually, let me just go back and say what were exactly his words. If you believe or if you achieve the kingdom, is that?
shall ascend to the place from which I have come. When I was eager to go, you have driven me off, and instead of accompanying me, you have chased me away. Be attentive to the glory that awaits me, and when you have opened your hearts, listen to the hymns that await me up in heaven. Today I must take my place at the right time. Now I shall ascend to the place from which I have come. Right. But when you hear about the promise, be joyful all the more. I tell you the truth, whoever will receive life and believe in the kingdom will never leave it, not even if the Father wants to banish him. This is
Right.
all I shall
Whoever
tell
will
you at this
receive
time.
life and believe in the kingdom, they shall receive it. And even if the Father wants to banish them, he won't be able to. Right. Well, a kingdom, a king. Where is a king? How would you recognize a king? Well, for he'd be the crown, right? So you are king. I am king of Era. I'm well known as king of Era. Would you believe it, friends? Honestly, to some, it's a joke. To others, they take it seriously. I know that for a fact. I know what sense I mean that in. I know what sense I mean that in. And I know what sense I look upon my fellow man as. Exactly the same thing. The king of the land, the highest authority on this. Well, this stump of an earth, this desolation row. That's another song I should sing. I could sing as well, Desolation Row. But yeah, but still in all, we are the highest authority, and well, everyone serves us. Have you taken an oath to anyone? Right? Do you follow anyone's orders? If you have to, if needs must, you do so. But if you don't need to, then object. And well, um, so even the Father can't resist. Isn't that so interesting? This is an exemplification or an indication towards our own true power and our own sort of connection with the Father. I'm a humble man as well. I'm not, I'm not putting myself into any status-filled shoes. I don't like any labels. I don't accept any titles. So no, I'm just trying to find out about myself, and I'm trying to find out about my son and well, all of the children especially. Because that is our charge, that is our duty. So yeah.
Time. Now I shall ascend to the place from which I have come. When I was eager to go, you have driven me off, and instead of accompanying me, you have chased me away. Be attentive to the glory that awaits me, and when you have opened your hearts, listen to the hymns that await me up in heaven. Today I must take my place at the right hand of my Father. I have spoken my last word to you. I shall depart from you, for a chariot of spirit has carried me up, and from now on I shall strip, that I may be clothed. Pay attention. Blessings on those who have proclaimed the Son before he come down, so that when I did come, I might ascend. Blessing 3 times over those who were proclaimed by the Son before they came into being, so that they might share with him. The messengers dispersed. When he said this, he left. We knelt down, Peter and I, and gave thanks and sent our hearts up to heaven. We heard with our ears and saw with our eyes the noise of wars, a trumpet blast, and great turmoil. When we passed beyond that place, we sent out our minds up further, we saw with our eyes and heard with our ears hymns, angelic praises, and angelic rejoicing. Heavenly majesties were singing hymns, and we rejoiced too. Again, after this, we wished to send our spirits up to the majesty. When we ascended, we were not allowed to see or hear anything. The other students called to us and asked, "What did you hear from the teacher? What did he tell you? Where did he go?" We answered them, "He ascended. He gave us his right hand and promised all of us life. He showed us children coming after us, having commanded us to love them, since we are to be saved for their sakes." When they heard this, they believed the revelation, but they were angered about those who would be born. Not wishing to give them reason to take offense, I sent each of them to a different location. I myself went up to Jerusalem, praying that I might acquire a share with the loved ones who are to come. I pray that the beginning may come from you. This is how I can be saved. They will be enlightened through me, by my faith, and through another's that is better than mine. I wish mine to be the lesser. Do your best to be like them, and pray that you may acquire a share with them. Beyond what I have said, the Savior did not disclose any revelation to us on their behalf. We proclaim a share with those for whom the messenger was proclaimed, those whom the Lord has made his children. So ends the secret book of James.
Well, isn't that timing? Just as I sit down and I listen to that, I'm going to play back specifically. Well, very interesting. The sort of James and Peter finally copped on. Oh yeah, though I realized what you were saying all along. All these years of following you through the desert. Do you remember that time, Jesus, when we were all traipsing through the desert, and Luke, who was responsible, the only fucking thing he had to do was to bring the toilet roll, forgot to bring the toilet roll, and you weren't in the mood to conjure up any toilet roll, so you had a shit behind the rock, and you just had to walk on because there was nothing to wipe your arse with. You remember that time, Jesus? Now I see the significance of it. Because where you had shit that time, the wondrous Joshua tree grew. That's no disrespect, by the way. There's a statue outside of Jesus, and the top of it is the head of Sarah, my Stephen's mom, my beautiful Stephen's mom. And yeah, so no disrespect there, but yeah, we have to laugh at the same time because, well, let's just go back to Jesus' parting words. So James and Peter finally got it. And I want to ask them the questions, and they were sort of dissatisfied, because why? Well, you got to work it out for yourself. Let's go back to Jesus' final words and see how it applies to you, right?
I myself went up to Jerusalem, praying that I might leave the revelation, but they were angered about those who He showed us children coming after us, having commanded us to love them, since we are to be saved. For he called to us and asked, "What did you hear from the teacher? What did he tell you? Where did he?" Heavenly majesties were singing hymns, and we rejoiced too. Again, after this, we wished to send our spirits up to the majesty. When we ascended, we were not allowed to see or hear anything. Blessing 3 times over those who are proclaimed by the sun to be clothed. Pay attention. Blessings on those who are proclaimed the
Pay
Son.
attention. So this is our parting message from Jesus, right? And then we have James and Peter's impression, and they've obviously been enlightened. Pay attention to the words that are chosen. That's what I would say. And also pay attention to this, the state of your being. How we came into being, the word itself, to came, to come, the commandments, how we came into being, and what a good term, what it entails. So here we have Jesus' parting words, and I'll probably break it down.
Before he come down, so that when I did come, I might
Before he
ascend.
come down, because remember, everything is seeping from, the pineal, the center of the brain, downwards. So you have this collection of fluids. I hope you all had an enjoyable, active sex life, and productive sex life as well. There's no greater wonder than the human child, the miracle that is the human child. But if you're active for a certain amount of time, especially if you have a particularly active night, you'll soon find yourself drained in every way, so physically, emotionally, and well, maybe spiritual in a sense. Your vital fluids as a male are being exhausted away. But towards what is the question? So this is all the context here. Remember, this is every man's story. Jesus is every man. The dodo is us. So yeah, this is what where the pooling and yeah. Anyway, so bear that in mind.
Blessing 3 times over those who were proclaimed by the Son before they came into being, so that they might share with him. The messengers
Okay,
dispersed.
let's just get that
When he
in
said this, he
its
left
entirety.
Son before he come down, so that when I chariot of spirit has carried me up, and from now on I shall strip that I may be clothed. Pay attention. Blessings on those who have proclaimed the Son before he come down, so that
Blessings on those who have proclaimed the Son before he come down. How does the Son come into being? What's the relationship between the Father and the Son? Earlier on, it mentioned that the Father doesn't need the Son, but the Son needs the Father. So which comes first, right? That's equivalent to the question, what do you get if you have 3 of the same kind and you make 6 of the same kind? Or sorry, if you have 3 of the same kind and you make 6 of the same kind, do you divide or do you multiply? This is equivalent here. And let me answer it actually appropriately. Life is to root as death is to fruit. And I believe this is why Cain was rejected by the Creator. Because fruit signifies, in a sense, death. In French, they call the orgasm, the climax, le petit mort. Le petit mort. I'm not pronouncing it properly. It's been a long time since I've been in France. Damn it, I love France. I love France. My son Steve and Sarah, in Sarah's belly, we were in France. We made it to Paris, all the way up to the Eiffel Tower. I think that has to be fated. That has to be fated. ARISTARCHUS. ARISTARCHUS is that divided tree of life. And there we were in ARISTARCHUS, which is the city of love. So the heart center. Jerusalem is the generative, the gut center. That's what I feel. Where is the head center? My friends, I think that's in Ireland. Era. I'm the king of Era. E-I-R-E. E-I-R-E. If we read it like that. So here we have the E and the E. So the whole E. Spirit. Right? Why was, when Western civilization declined, Ireland, the home, Ireland responsible, the monks of Ireland, whatever, back in the 6th century AD, for, continuing on that hope, for sort of, fucking hell, when we think about it all, let me just say, I don't believe that the ancient Roman Empire existed. The ancient Grecian Empire existed. I hold that nothing existed, as we know it, before 423 years ago. But why within the script was Ireland singled out for that bastion of hope? What does it lead to now? Western civilization in all its glory. Well, now that I think about it, Ireland itself, Ireland, ire. If you're full of ire, you're full of anger, you're full of aggression, and for fuck's sake, and Ireland's history has been torn apart by, just aggressive influences, mostly from our nearest neighbor, Britain, Great Britannia. Fucking hell. There you go. That's the parting message. And that is, you can see the link on screen. Do yourself a favor and listen to it over and again. I say this is where, it's been made. You can't make it any more clear. If you don't get it, if you don't know me by now, you will never, 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 never know me. No, you won't. I really think that's the end of it. And I have a good grasp on it myself. And I think we always have had a grasp on things, right? And what actually Jesus is saying. Why does he say specifically to James and Peter? That's interesting. Peter was Jesus' first disciple, you might say, his primary disciple. Upon this rock, the lie was built as well, right? The lie of the church. When I think back to my days in primary school in JFK, I went to JFK Memorial. Isn't it funny that not that I figured it out myself, other people figured it out, but I came to realize that JFK was, a fake, a symbolic assassination. The guy never died. He's probably still alive as Jimmy Carter, or it doesn't even matter. But his role was as a King Arthur type. His whole troop was associated with Camelot, and his death was associated with the killing of the king, decapitation, the beheading, associated with like John the Baptist as well, but that Jesus Christ association. JFK, this is my own finding. J is the 10th letter, F is the 6th letter, K is the 11th letter. If you reverse it, you get 11901, which is the September 11th, 2001 to an Irish person. So none of these things are not connected. They're all ultimately connected. The greater script in place. We're always meant to figure out this script as well. If you pay attention, if you're going to object to anything I have to say, well, that's fair enough. On your way then, because there's no further sort of communication along those specific lines possible. I've seen beyond the literal, and I take it that I was always meant to see beyond the literal as well. So you are retarded yourself in that way. You're slow to coming towards sort of grasping that greater context. And if you're not interested in it, that's fair enough. And that's where women have been led astray as well, not to be interested in that sort of aspect, that area. But they're coming out of it. They're coming out of it and coming to realize this is the great thing about Corona. It sort of maybe has helped so much to wake people up to themselves. It's a greater truth in play here. And look, ultimately, and I said it today, everything happens. I even said it probably in this hangout. I don't remember. But everything happens, or we can look at everything happening. No, I didn't actually. I said it to someone else. And I said it for a very specific reason as well. That, a man, Dermot, who up at the top of the road, he's into his garden, and he said, Jesus, I made an awful mistake in my life. I should have done this 20 years ago. Now he said, hang on there, hang on. I said, don't be saying that, because you don't know if you had went down and done that, what would happen, how that would have turned out. And I gave him actually an example that I thought about it many years ago. I lost my leg in an accident when I was 18 on the building sites on the Twin Towers of London, would you believe? London Financial Centre. And of course you're going to rue it, and you're going to constantly go, shit, how would everything have turned out if only I didn't do this, if only the course or the sequence of events didn't go down the way they went down, and how everything would have been glorious or wonderful, different. But then I came to terms with it, and I realized that, well, hang on, who's to say that if the course of events that day were different, that the following week, as I was hopping around town, going shopping for trainers, tackies, we call them here in Limerick, in Walthamstow Market or something, I wasn't knocked down and squashed by a bus. That was the end of me. Who's to say that? So I long since started reconciling. You say, why me? Well, why not me? Why not me? Everything counts or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, well then, so be it. So be it. But I accepted the so be it that doesn't count. Now I know that everything does count. There's no other way around it. There's no other way around it. Yeah, I hope you got something as a listener from the Secret Book of James. I got so much from that now, and I'll have to listen back. more and more. Just have it. I'll actually have it on. Maybe have it on sort of loop as I'm sleeping, or yeah, and things definitely go into your brain when you're sleeping as well. I've many times dreamt about listening to Mark Sargent and Patricia Steer a few years ago. I remember a particular dream, and then a fucking miraculous dream unfolded, a great adventurous dream unfolded. I have some amazing dreams. Um, when you think about them, I have some amazing dreams. Life is but a dream. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Yeah, that's what I was going to mention. So Peter, the role of Peter in all of this. James, I think, is more significant. Stephen is Christ's first martyr. Stephen is my son as well. I'm Peter. Um, there's so many different little connection points that we wonder if everything is ultimately significant of the utmost degree. I should think it is. Every encounter, every thought, every feeling, every experience is ultimately significant because why? Well, we're of another realm. We're of another kind. We're aliens here in a sense, and I can get that. Neil Armstrong backwards is Go North, Mr. Alien. Go North, Mr. Alien. If you don't believe me, write it down. Go North, Mr. Alien. Or G, go North, Go North, Mr. Alien. We can pass it off as Go North, Mr. Alien. That's what I'm trying to say. And talking about everything scripted, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin had a very interesting conversation regarding a particular crater when they came to their journey towards the moon as they were rotating around it to slow down, whatever they were doing. Yeah, that particular crater was none other than crater Aristarchus. Would you believe it? Would you believe it? What if it was as simple as that? As I was looking out at the moon tonight, I believe I'm the first to suggest, and I'll stand by it. I can go further than all of this. I got to stand by it. As we look at the moon's a reflection of the sun, direct reflection. The moon itself, all seemingly disparate and separate craters, are a kaleidoscopic reflection of one crater alone, which is Aristarchus. And I actually think that this side, where the tree is cut, and we have the cont at the center, the big hollow, whirlpool full of water, Aristarchus is moving. When I'm talking about Aristarchus, that's the root from the other side. Yeah, when that's expressing like a big light, or like a big beacon, like the Statue of Liberty, like Colombo opening is it Colombo Studios? Yeah, same thing. Like a big lighthouse beacon. Yeah, it's causing reflections, and the moon here is a reflection of, well, ultimately, crater Aristarchus is a reflection of this hollow, right? And the thing that's creating, the source that's creating the reflection in the first place is, well, the roots taking you through from the other side. The penis, the dick earth, the gong, the gong. Yeah, is, yeah. And I think I've even, what do you call it? I've even located that, even though I think I've even located the very epicenter of that. But I can show you what I think. So here, okay, I can show you perfectly what I think is here we go. So there's Aristarchus. So every crater on the moon is just an expression of this crater. Remember, the moon is a reflection of solidity, so we're dealing with reflected artifacts. But ultimately, I wanted to zoom in and hone in on the center here. I mentioned many times before, if we think of this as this little sperm, the moment that the sperm connects to the egg. So we have the egg here forming on this around, and then we have the sperm at the center. But there's the eye of providence here, by the way. Can you see it? You can actually see that in your clouds. Everything you can see here. Behold, actually, my friends, this is another. I stand by this as well. I'm happy enough to say this. Behold the universe. the whole universe. In a sense, this is the root sticking through from the other side, and this is the crater, the hollow that it's in. If I rotate this around 180 degrees, because it's the crater on the moon after all, so the moon does rotate 180 degrees, close enough on a nightly basis. But then it seems that this is sticking up through, right? Like the penis, the extension, and everything is falling away from it. So this is the eye of providence here, which behold the universe. Everything here is everything you look at above at the night sky or the day sky. This is what's been expressed, and I'm talking even through the clouds. You can see this pattern here emanating. I call it the gaping mouth. Might be the snake's head that I saw earlier on. I saw a very clear and distinct snake's head in the clouds as it trailed backwards as well. All clouds form in circular formations, and you have repeating cloud patterns in your local sky on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, decadely, and beyond basis. So pay attention. Well, maybe we haven't been paying attention. Anyway, this is the central peak. So let me just bring that up as well. So by the way, there's the moon trajectory. You think I'm taking the piss? That's the Apollo moon trajectory, right? That's the graphic that they presented officially as to how everything is going to work. Now, what the fuck? What does it remind you of? Of course it does. Of course it does. But it's not as if that's the end point. That's the finishing mark. Once you get the dick joke. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Once again, it all comes back to our own makeup and our own sort of component part. But that's not what I wanted to show you. Here we go. This is at the core of everything. Believe it or not, friends, I think this is Mount Meru. This is what's sticking through from the other side. And it's this expressing that is the core of ARISTARCHUS. It's like, I don't know how to express it. It's a fractal reality. The immaterial is expressing as best as we can entertain it. The immaterial is expressing into the material, and it expresses via a certain formula or a certain fixed designation. Ultimately, this comes back to pi. We've all heard of the spiral of life, the Fibonacci sequence, the phi, pi, and the relationship between everything. Ultimately coming back to what is doing the expressing at the center. So if we move on it in a circular fashion, in and out and up and down, we're getting a spiral. And ultimately it's pi in motion. And is this what it all comes back to here? I think ultimately I'm happy enough with that. And anyway, it all comes back to the sperm and the egg. Because remember, we are greater than the material. So we can understand the material with the immaterial aspect to us. So needs must, if we are in this, representative realm, we can come to understand it. Not in any fucking deep, I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but not in any sort of complex way, in a simple way. Something that we can all equate to. That you don't need to be an Einstein. Who was a tranny? Let me show you. Actually, I've made some great. Let me show you something. Einstein was a tranny. Let me show you his wife. Let me show you his wife. God. Come the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, man. What's that? What are you doing? I don't want to get started. So, I played another song before. Don't look at that. That's Elsa Einstein on the right. Now, Einstein left his wife, who is rumored to have written his theory of relativity. And he's also rumored to be a tranny himself. He left his wife for his cousin, who is this individual on the left, who is, and I'll be damned if he's not, he or she's not wearing a pearl necklace or a pearl at the center of the brooch there. I must clarify that. But if that's not a man, well, I don't know what is. And Einstein's taste was up his arse. The most famous man in history depicts fucking Curly from the Three Stooges as a wife. Who's his cousin? Probably had it from early days, but time is relative when you're fucking your cousin. Not that I know about that, by the way. Although I haven't said that, my mother and father are fucking second cousins or something. My first cousin, my father had a family of, I don't know, maybe, was it 10? 9 or 10. I know they lost somebody earlier on, but yeah. So the mother, my father's mother, and his mother's sister, so it would have been his aunt. So his aunt's son, Peter, married his first cousin, Teresa. And well, that was a great chap at the time. Of course, it's sort of too close to the bone, but say la vie, and but sure, they're a beautiful family. But I guess everything sort of gets intertwined and knotted up in terms of social affairs and social acceptance. So yeah, but yeah, it's all a joke. That's my point here. It's all a joke. It's all a joke, but it's a joke that's leading somewhere. And now I don't say that that's an exact match. I'm not swearing by that. That's just a curiosity. But yeah, that this Einstein's the most famous man in history. Else Einstein, so as in somebody else, Einstein can be considered as the most famous woman anyway. You know, she satisfied the mind of the greatest man in history. How do you do that? How do you do that? What do you do? What do you do as a woman? It's tough enough for a woman to satisfy an ordinary man. Oh, there's so many songs I could play tonight, but I'm an ordinary man, nothing special, nothing grand. Never had to work for everything I own. I never asked for a lot. I was happy with what I'd done. Enough to keep my family and my home. And they say the times are hard, and they've handed me my car. They say there's not the work to go around. When the whistle blows, the gates will finally close. Tonight they're going to shut this factory down. They'll tear it down. I'm not going to sing that in its entirety now, but that, what do you call it, on screen, you might think that that's a stupid comparison, because two people look similar. But, well, listen, you're talking to a guy who knows that Mark Thatcher is Theresa May, who knows that Will Smith is Barack Obama, is Osama bin Laden. But I'm not saying that this is the case, because Boris Johnson is alive now, and to take it that Albert Einstein was never alive in the first place. It was always Curly from the Three Stooges, dressed up in drag. But once again, loaded with clues, and here's the biggest clue. I mentioned the elusive philosopher's stone, which is the philosopher's S tone, the TH. Understanding that we are of this divided nature. It brings science and religion. It sort of connects everything. And ultimately, at connecting everything, Aristarchus connects that. So that is the TH. So we have this understanding that we have the immaterial, the material, and then the heart center, the bridge between the two. The broken heart, the broken earth. Ether, earth, heart. The bridge is established between the two. Anyone who tells you that ether isn't real, who am I talking to? Go out and look at your local cloud. What have you paid attention? What have you been paying attention to? Go out and pay attention to your local clouds. See that there's a certain pattern to them. First of all, they all form in rings, not quite complete rings, wreath, which you can actually see expressed in ARISTARCHUS, because that's what's doing the expression. If all the skylights are a reflection of one thing, well, then this thing, that this source that's doing the reflection, will express in other ways as well, and it expresses in every way. This is why we have these circular patterns. The science boys, the Borer Borg, will tell you these are random cloud patterns. There's no coherence to them at all. As usual, everything is reversed. They deal in untruth. Also, they deal in metaphor. They deal in metaphor, or they deal in sort of one-sided reality, which is the logic, the mind only, thinking your way through it, foregoing the real experience. Well, they'll tell you that you're on a ball. If you're an educated person and you respect these people, they'll tell you that you're on a ball spinning at 1,000 miles an hour around itself, 60,000 miles an hour around the sun, 600,000 miles an hour around the center of the galaxy, etc., etc. But you just can't feel it. You just can't feel it. But it is so because we say it's so. So these are the people which people anyway? It's just an idea, a notion. It's an idea, a notion that you succumb to. This is the power of the sword, the S word, which is. When you decide what is, then it's made so. It's made so. It's going to be very hard to shift you from that establishment. So, well, you got to look at your own foundations. I don't care who you are. It applies to all of us: male, female, man, woman. Well, you got to stress. Someone told me a very funny story today. He's banned from the local pub. Because I said, how the fuck did it get to that? He said, he's banned. It's hilarious. I said, do something about that, man. Because fucking create some shit about that. He said he was banned from the local pub. Not banned from the local pub. They were looking into his status within the pub because, let me tell the story briefly. He was on a bus and there was two lesbians making out. There was two lesbians making out nearby, and they were being a bit sort of vocal and expressive. And there was this Trevor was telling me this, and he was going. There was younger people and there was old age pensioners around, and he just said something like, "Would you take it easy? This is not the place for that." And before you know it, one of them had their phone whipped out and started recording him. And he didn't say anymore. He just didn't want to be recorded. I'm only getting the story from him. And he put a bag up over his face. And before you know it, it was on Facebook. So the guy at the local pub who serves beer to Trevor and has done for years, who apparently is active in these matters and he cares about sort of lesbian rights. Apparently he mentioned it to his boss. And then it came back to Trevor that the owner of the pub, Billy, wanted to have a word with him. So he didn't know what the message went on to Trevor. So he went and he happened to bump into Billy. And he said, "I believe you're looking for me." And then Billy said, the owner of the pub, he said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah. It was brought to my attention that you were on Facebook, sort of placing some sort of objection against lesbian behavior. Apparently, there was dirty talk, or stick your tongue in my ear. I'm going to say." Anyway. Trevor goes, he says, "What sure we can talk about that?" And Billy says, "Well, that's sort of under consideration now, whether you'll be left back into the pub or not." He said, "What did you see in the video?" And he said, "I didn't see anything except, we saw the video, that was you, he's a big guy, he's a heavy guy. That was you, but it was you with a bag over your face." But obviously the tag in the Facebook post was this fucking, what do you call it? what do you call it? Misogynist. No, it's not a misogynist. Uh, it's not a race. What is it? An anti-LGBTer. Anti-LGBTer. This bollocks here is objecting to me licking my girlfriend on the bus. Were you looking at your girlfriend on the bus? No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. That didn't happen. I kissed her in the ear. I said, what are you going to do, Trevor? You can't just do nothing about that. You should go to the papers. I don't trust I don't trust the papers. At the end of it, though, he said, you would consider going to the solicitor. I said, you have the right to do that. That's it's not so socially acceptable from the story you're telling me anyway. If someone is talking all this sort of dirty talk and being ostentatious like that, yeah, there's a line you have to draw. But all you did was say, will you take it easy there, lads? That's all he did. And before you knew it, he's banned from his local pub. That's exactly what I'd say. What would you say? What would you say? But that's a juice. What would you say? That's a juice story. I only kissed her on the ear. Oh, lads. me tell you, friends. Well, first of all, let me get this picture up screen. It's all symbolic, and um, yeah, well, this guy is it wears the gamut in a sense, but there's some people who think that he is playing Matt Lucas is playing the role of Boris Johnson. I'm not convinced of that myself, but that it's all theater. There's no denying, and that it's all connected as well. That's especially true. But if you don't hold that to be true, that's the power of the S word, the is, right? Einstein's wife, Einstein, one S tone, one stone, right? One S tone, one TH. Now, you can also break down the word in terms of one ST, one. Aristarchus is RISTRCHUS. So RISTRCHUS. So it's S equivalents or equations being made between the ST and the CH. So CHST, us, I is you, me are you, which funny enough brings me back to, let me just show you this. Yeah. Here. Does that ring any bells? When was the last time as a male you looked at the tip of your penis, where your pee comes out? When is the last time as a female you looked at the shape of your vagina, the exit department? I'm not being rude or crude. I take it as a male you have the penis. I take it you pick your nose. I take it you put food into your mouth and you defecate. So these are all just aspects in those regards. This is where it's key. And as a male, and I think it applies to a female, I guess I have to go back to whatever I've been looking online at. But I think the same applies. I definitely know for me anyway that at an early realization, I was going, hang on, when I have a piss, my urine comes out in a helical, spiraling fashion, double helical fashion. And doesn't it turn out that's the coding to our DNA or makeup? I don't think anything is incidental. And once again, who are we? Where are we having this experience? Well, we ventured into the material realm, and the material realm reflects our divided state. We are male torn from female and self pulled apart, which is the way Radiohead, actually brilliant, that's the song I'm going to sing, pulled apart and yeah, in a spiraling fashion down the spine. To be or not to be applies. Turn yourself to the side. Immaterial center, hard bridge between the material and the immaterial, and the material center then lower aspect, the generative, the groin, the G spot, the right center. So we have the structure as well, the skeleton key, which brings us to B. So the to be or not to be is to connect your divided aspect, which is the male for the female or the female for the male. And Shakespeare also talks about the beast of the two backs, which is male and female in coitus or in intercourse. So that's a clue for us. The Bible leaves us with the question: why is 666 or 616 the number of the beast, which is the number of man? Fix my guitar there. I mean, I thought it was gone. If I didn't, or I couldn't busk, I didn't know what to do. What else to do? But I have no money as well, so I fixed my guitar just with a little bit of innovation and thought. Very happy with that. I also retuned my harmonica. We're just doing the same thing with a little bit of effort. Go a long way. My mother isn't in yet, so I think I'll get away with a reasonably loud rendition of this. Is it the most important song of all time? I think it's close enough to. I didn't sing it today, and I generally don't sing it in the key of G because I have trouble reaching the high note at the end. Maybe I can switch it down to a little, just for one note, a little lower octave variation. This looks weird. That's just my jumper tighter. Roasting day here in the night. Is this the most significant song of all time? I should think so. It's definitely up there. Well, I guess with everything else in a sense, but it's been put at a certain sort of pinnacle, and well, you decide. You decide. You're looking at Piche's channel here, which is well, don't show the image of the dodo since all my other stuff is on. Well, I lost the other hard drive, but yeah, Just We Dodo is my name as well, and that's for a very specific reason. The guy who sings this song, Tom York, probably one of the most famous musicians in history, part of the most famous band in history. His nickname is Dodo as well. Two other people who are Dodo, Michael Jackson, he faked his death, returned as the Five Alive Dodo, and Paul / Paul McCartney is also the Dodo. That was my own finding. This Dodo here found out the other Dodo, the distinction and the difference between this Dodo and the other three. They're acting. I'm not acting. I'm the real Dodo. Sleepy pills, help me get back to your arms. Cheap sex and sad films, help me get where I belong. I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy, baby. Stop sending letters. Letters always get burned. It's not like the movies. They fed us on little white lies, and think you're crazy. Maybe I think you're crazy. Maybe beautiful angel, fall apart the world. Helpless and helpless, I hardly recognize you. I think you're crazy, baby. I think you're crazy, baby. I will see you in the next life. I couldn't. Well, I missed two notes at the end, so sorry about that. I was struggling with my voice a little bit today, but that's okay. Last verse, significantly, beautiful angel torn apart, pulled apart at birth, limbless and helpless. I hardly recognized you. I think you're crazy, maybe. I think you're crazy, maybe. I would see you in the next life. So there's more to everything than what we're experiencing now. And I hope that came across okay. On that note, let me put the link in chat because my mother isn't in yet. She has a great life. I don't know what's wrong with her. There's a link in chat. Jump in if you want and let's have a chat, but it's okay if you don't as well. If you do jump in, I'd like your opinion or I'd like your thoughts on the 2018 cover, especially. But you know, feel free to talk about what you want if you want. Okay, let me go to the last comment. Marvey Live. For me, it appears to be a resting comment, but you didn't see. Hang on, let me put that on the screen. Just read. It appears to be a lasting comment, but you didn't see it. Maybe you blocked my channel, Emarvar, from commenting. Well, I haven't blocked anything. If you were talking to me, my message got blocked. There's lots of things happening, lots of weird things happening. Some messages that will show in the notifications when I go to respond to them, the message isn't there. And I'm not very good at keeping up to date with my channel. There's 2 viewers at the minute. Generally, maybe 100 people look at the videos. As far as I know, I don't listen back to it myself. So it's just me here talking. Don't take it too seriously, I would say. But yeah, that's just part of the course, isn't it? There's so many channels, so many great videos that have been deleted. Honestly, that would make all the difference. This is why ultimately people like Patricia Steer and, well, Ranty, Flat Earth, Antonio Subrats, all of these contributors who put a massive amount of effort into making observations, making determinations, they delete their channels. So if you were to look now, you can't find anything. So we have Patricia Steer, especially Miss Flat Earth. Where's all the women in Flat Earth? Where's all the women who care? What do you care about as women out there? What do you care about? What do you care about? You have to come away from all of this as well, all the artificiality. Come to your own true worth, your own true nature, your own true value. So yeah, this is why what this is reserved top heavy is that this is reserved for the main the male main mind, what? All these ventures into, well, different thought processes, different idea considerations. This is in the male realm. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I think women are much more intelligent than men. They're just not bothered about certain things, which is probably wise. Which is probably wise. I mean, the tumultuous mind as well. For the most part, nothing happens in life. We're just happy and satisfied. We're just getting along. We could do that. It's the mind that drives you mad. Is that the tempter, the ultimate test? This is where I think Pandora's box has been opened. So all sort of possibilities, all thought processes become possible, and well, what the individual makes of those particular processes that apply to them. Well, you answer for that. You have to answer for that. But yeah, why did Patricia, one of the few female contributors in this most significant of arenas, delete her whole channel? And by the way, this is Miss Flat Earth. This is the world stage we're talking about. Of all the people she could have named who've harassed and harangued her over the years, she named me particularly. The only individual by name she named, Peach. I'm responsible for, she said others as well, but she named me particularly. The likes of Peach were responsible for her leaving the arena and taking down her channel. I never did anything to her, except point out certain things and certain beliefs, certain aspects, but also as well disclose certain clues that I had sort of decoded regarding the offerings that she had to make, and alongside the greater entourage, the potato crew, or the Patokli crew as well. So yeah, all being a game of clues. I think that's why she mentioned me. But yeah, where are all the women Flat Earth? Where are all the women at? That's it. Where are all the women at? And I've asked quite a few women with children, not so much these days because what are you going to do? I've asked them before. I've asked quite a few people in general who has a weaker immune system, young baby child, young tender baby child from 0 upwards, or fully grown adult. And they know in their hearts that the answer is a young baby child, but they'd still say yes, an adult has. And so you don't believe that, do you? But yeah, who are the only ones going around without masks during this corona crisis? Yeah. Yeah, if I missed any, what do you call it? Any messages? I doubt I did. No, I think I got everything. One of the things I won't carry on too long, actually, 4 hours, and I have nothing said. It's okay, I have a lot said as well. So you're 20 hours per month, so 4 hours if I continue on for another bit. Still have the bone 15, 16 hours to go. I wanted to tell a story about, I was reminded of it, and someone took sort of umbrage to it, but it's a true story and it remains a true story nonetheless. And I'm not saying it for anything other than just to report that it is a true story. But that's one of the things I wrote down just to remind myself to tell you. But it was a great story. When I used to collect my Steve from school, we often used to meet up in the square in Ennis and have a donut or whatever. But I remember discussing this idea one day because I think we were up in Galway, and there was a bunch of people gathered around offering free hugs. So I took advantage of it, and I think Steve did as well. So we took advantage of the offer, and yeah, at another point, not too distant afterwards, so Steve was like 11 or 12 at this stage. After I picked him up from school and we sat at the local spot and we had a donut, I was saying, how about free hugs? Because I had some money as well, and it's nothing to do with the money. But I said, how about this idea? So you put up a sign like the people did in Galway, and you have a sign for free hugs, but you put underneath it €5 or something like that. And people get confused. And then you give them, so it was just an idea to begin with. So the people who are genuinely interested and they don't know what's going on, whether they have to, how is it free or do I have to pay €5? I don't care, I can do it anyway. Then you're going to reveal it at the end. I hope Steve remembers this. But we sort of talked a bit about that, and but I haven't seen Steve since 2014, except one time in 2015. But I saw a picture of my love recently as well, so I'll maybe talk about that in a second. I was just turn up the volume as I'm speaking a bit lower, as it's 1:44. So, when was this? This was probably about 2018, I'd say. I said, fuck it, I'll do that. So I made up a sign, just the back of a what do you call it, poster, a political campaigning poster, just the back of that or something like that. And I just with felt marker, and I wrote free hugs, and underneath that €5 sign. And in what did I buy at the bottom of it? Right, so you had to. So they were pretty big letters, and at the bottom of it, I put down small letters. You had to sort of come close to recognize it. Life is beautiful, and what are you but life itself? So that was the message. So I went in and I just sort of put a strap to it and just hung it over my shoulder and went in to pretty much the central area in Limerick City here, and I went in with a bunch of fivers. So I don't know how much I had, maybe €200 and fivers, which was what, 40. Yeah, I guess it has to be maybe a bit more even. I don't know, but so yeah, that was it. I just stood there and I said nothing and just wore the sign, and I didn't say nothing. Right, even when people approached, and as far as I'm aware, I might have said a little bit, but what's this about? I said nothing. No, can't say anymore. Can't you read? You know. And then the people who would venture for a hug, so got a hug, and then the surprise was that, well, I was giving them the fiver, so it was a free hug in that sense. And then I always encourage them to read the bottom of the, what do you call it? Bottom of the, and that's a true story. That's a true story. Yeah, one foul. I said, this is, I see you put me in a difficult spot now because a family of three came over. This is like 4 years, so it's sort of a vague enough memory, but it's a distinct enough and at the same time memory. But a family of three came over, and one of them ventured to give the hug, and then they saw the other two saw the, what do you call it, the outcome of it, and they were like over anxious to go for the hug then. I couldn't refuse them, but I didn't want to make that a policy. I should have said at the back, look, listen, read the back as well. One per family, one hug per family. But yeah, that's a true story actually, and a true story as well. What lasted out of the whole thing itself was just this little aspect, which was the word love cut out. That was out in the back trellis of the wall for ages. That's gone now. Where has love gone? I'm not sure. Or is love here to stay? There's love everywhere, so you don't need to point it out. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a story. That's a true story as well. But I wanted to say that because I did mention that before. But yeah, me and Steve talked about it. We talked about it in a vague enough way, and I carried that out to fruition. I don't think I got rid of all the fibers that day. Not that you feel like a fool after a while, but no, it's great hugs, and especially not knowing what's in it for anyone. So yeah, it caused quite a bit of curiosity. Oh, now I think back in it, one girl was even crying. Actually, she was crying, and she wanted to tape it. She wanted to record it, or she wanted her friend to record it for Facebook. I'm sure it must have gone up on Facebook somewhere, because if she recorded it, but she was moved by the whole sort of sentiment and the whole idea attached to it. So isn't that a nice memory? And that occurred to me the other day. So that's what I said. I'd write down certain things just to remind me of things to talk about. Not that I need anything to remind me of stuff to talk about. But just little stories like that. I'll tell you another story about what happened the other day when I was busking, and I knew something. I knew something was going to like something special was going to happen today, and I was thinking in terms of an encounter with just maybe a beautiful woman, or there was a beautiful female, and just something along those lines, not in any untoward way. And well, just as I was coming towards the end of playing, and maybe half an hour from finishing up, coming home, and didn't this wonderful little gorgeous girl, she was 2 years of age, I'm talking literally 10 feet away from me. This is on the main streets of Limerick. Limerick's pretty small in relative terms anyway. And yeah, then she stopped. So herself and her dad were sort of walking by, and suddenly she took notice of me, and she stopped in her tracks, and she just stared at me. I can't remember what song I was singing there, but I noticed the chorus, and it just continued. But oh yeah, but I continued. But I certainly let her know that I noticed her paying attention, and it was a great moment. The dad was trying to urge her on, but she wasn't budging at all. And she's only two. And she's only a beautiful blonde, gorgeous girl. And she stayed there almost till the end of the song, till the dad almost had to force her on. And I said, "That's the moment. That was a wonderful moment. That really was. It was wonderful." I can't remember the song I was singing. It might have been ISIS. I'm married ISIS on the It might have been, but anyway. Oh, it might have been. It might have been clear to hear as well. Anyway, it was a beautiful moment because the dad wasn't paying much attention to me, but he couldn't get her to move, and she was just staring at me and sort of entranced in the moment. So I said, "Yeah, that's the moment I was thinking of." Well, didn't it happen? Which is not today, but not yesterday, the last time I was there, a couple of days ago, 3 days ago maybe. Um, this same girl arrived along, but this time with her mother. And she did almost exactly the same thing, but her mother was a bit more sort of forceful because she didn't know that we already knew one another. But she still sort of held her ground for a little bit, and she was looking at me, and we engaged, and it was a great moment. But I'll tell you something for nothing. Her mother was one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life. It was unbelievable. And I was thinking to myself, didn't you have that thought the other day that something exceptional was going to happen? You were going to see something exceptional. And there, on the one occasion that you see this beautiful, gorgeous girl who has this almost exceptional reaction to me, and then the very next time she arrives along with her mother, who was, I can't even, how are you going to describe a beautiful woman, right? But she was a blonde, like the little girl. She was a blonde woman, tall, and just she was dressed in a summer-like fashion. And what are you going to say? What are you going to say? I was going bad. I was going. That's mad. There's different powers in play. Is all I can say. I'm gonna get another song in before I never get to say very much Barbara. I never get to say much Barbie. Who gets to say? Who's saying anything anymore? Who's saying anything anymore that's worth listening to? Barbie, come on! You've been in this arena for years, and then where has it come to? Where has it arrived at? Where have we? Where have we landed at? Let me think if I can come up with a song to maybe answer my own question. Where have we come? How far have we come? That'd be a difficult one now, wouldn't it? Okay, let me try this one. How far have we come? I have been a rover, and I've walked alone. I've hiked 100 highways, never had a home. Even still, I'm happy. The reason is, you see, once in a while along the way, well, love's been good to me. There was a girl in Denver before the summer storm. Oh, her eyes were tender, oh, her lips were warm, and she could smile away the dark clouds, kiss away the rain. Though that was long ago, you won't hear me complain. I have been a rover, and I've walked alone. I've hiked 100 highways, never had a home. Even still, I'm happy. The reason is, you see, once in a while along the way, well, love's good to me. There was a girl in Portland before the winter chill. We used to go a-courting along October Hill, and she would smile away the dark clouds, kiss away the snow. Oh, that was long ago. Go down the road I'll go. I have been a rover, and I've walked alone. Hiked 100 highways, never had a home. Even still, I'm happy. The reason is, you see, once in a while along the way, well, love's good to me. Once in a while along the way, well, love's good to me. Okay, friends, I'm not going to keep it too much longer. I just said I would come on for a show on the 21st, let you know that, yeah, I've made progress and still have 4 days. Let me share screen again. Let you know that the puzzle is still live, and okay. Yeah, once again, this is our start point, C2, and we have to make our way up and around. And how we do that is a matter of following the lead, following the pointers. So I'm happy enough that our destination is here, which carries over. So let me just zoom in, which carries over. This is the illuminated sun, but we have to be aware of the false light, right? So this is our realization as well. This is our context coming into all of this. When all of the three religions are united, Judaism, Islam, Christianity, was all based around sun-centered worship, in a sense. So once we decide what the sun actually is, well, they're all reflections, emanations of Aristarchus. So this leads us on to, well, the next puzzle, which is 3 years later, which is here, which is our beginning point, right at the bottom. So this is the false light. This is what we want to come away from. And what does it say at the corner here? Insert stimulus funds, a pointer, an arrow this way, and also we have an arrow, a subtle arrow pointing upwards as well. We have the globe at the top. We have the handle, which represents the hidden hand. It's the one-armed bandit. So we've got to, let me tell you where I'm at with this. I think, look, all roads are going to lead to ARISTARCHUS, which is the divided tree of life, which is, well, ultimately destroyed by fire. But yeah, what I think we have to do is to line up 14 symbols. 12 of them will be lined up, and 2 will be extraneous. So within those 2, the code lines, we have different color coding across here. So all of these lights have to be cleared to go. Everything has to line up, and then we get down to the green bet button. So the whole button represents when we have to, if you notice beneath, let's say the blue camera in here, we have this motion indicator. It's the same with the tree. It's the same thing. So this is in motion. This reel is in motion. This reel doesn't show motion, but this reel at the end does as well. So this reel is almost fixed. This will rest in this position where the American flag comes down to the 3rd position. Joe Biden here, if you want to call him that, comes into the 2nd central position, and this nuclear bomb or chemical bomb comes into the 1st position. We've got to decide what goes into the 1st reel. Nothing can be repeated. And when everything is in its proper place, we notice lots of pointers around as well. There's a pointer here, a pointer at the top. This is a pointer as well, an injection. This is a pointer here, the arrow. So that sort of idea. When everything is in its right place, everything will fit coherently. I have, I say, again, until the 25th, which is what I did say to solve it. I think I've solved the other one by the 21st, which brings us to the illumination. But where do we end up? That's the challenge for, well, me especially, but for all of us. Where do we end up, and in what sort of coherent state can we arrive at when it comes to the solution? So I hope you enjoyed the last song, anyone who loved listening. And on that note, I'm going to say good night, friends, and thanks for tuning in. So, well, that's perfect timing as well. My mother just came in from Talavante, 75 or 76-year-old woman. Okay, thanks a million for tuning in. And we'll see you very soon, maybe in the next 3 or 4 days. Hopefully have, I know myself, I have to work on these puzzles, so I hope it passed a little bit of time anyway. And what do you do? Any particular area do we talk about for ages on? They're the life puzzles. Once again, thanks for tuning in, and over to all, and I love you, Steve. Until the next time.